The origins of the British Empire can be traced to a time of profound change and ambition, set against the backdrop of the late 15th and early 16th centuries. While England was not the first European power to explore and colonize overseas territories, the seeds of empire were sown in an age when maritime exploration promised untold wealth, power, and prestige. For England, this journey began modestly, with a nation emerging from internal strife and regional conflict, eager to assert itself on the global stage. The story of the British Empire's rise begins with the Age of Exploration, a period defined by daring voyages across uncharted waters. The Iberian powers, Spain and Portugal, had already claimed vast overseas domains. Spain's conquest of the Americas and Portugal's dominance in Asia and Africa set the standard for imperial ambition. England, a smaller and less wealthy kingdom at the time, was determined not to be left behind. Under the reign of Henry VII, England took its first tentative steps toward exploration. In 1497, John Cabot, a Venetian navigator commissioned by Henry, sailed westward across the Atlantic. Though he did not find the fabled Northwest Passage to Asia, Cabot's discovery of what is now Newfoundland laid the groundwork for English claims in the New World. These early efforts, however, were sporadic and lacked the financial and organizational backing that fueled Spanish and Portuguese expansion. The true impetus for English imperialism came in the 16th century, during the reign of Elizabeth I. This was a time of burgeoning national pride, religious upheaval, and rivalry with Catholic Spain. Elizabeth's England, Protestant and fiercely independent, sought to challenge Spanish supremacy at sea. Privateers like Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Hawkins, supported by the Crown, raided Spanish treasure fleets and disrupted their trade routes. Though these actions were often little more than piracy under royal sanction, they signaled England's growing ambition and maritime prowess. Elizabeth's chartering of the Muscovy Company in 1555 and later the East India Company in 1600 marked a turning point. These companies represented the fusion of private enterprise and state support, a hallmark of British imperialism. With the East India Company, England began its long and complex relationship with India, a region that would become the jewel in its imperial crown. As the 17th century dawned, England's imperial aspirations gained momentum. The establishment of the first permanent English colony in the Americas, Jamestown, Virginia, in 1607, was a watershed moment. This tiny settlement, precariously perched on the edge of a vast and unfamiliar continent, symbolized England's determination to expand its reach. Despite early hardships, including famine, disease, and conflict with indigenous peoples, the colony survived, paving the way for further expansion. The colonization of the Caribbean followed, driven by the lucrative sugar trade. Islands like Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Kitts became centers of plantation agriculture, worked by enslaved Africans. This brutal system of labor exploitation underpinned the economic foundation of the British Empire in the Americas and tied its fortunes to the transatlantic slave trade. Meanwhile, in North America, the Puritans established colonies in New England, seeking religious freedom and self-governance. These settlements, while distinct from the profit-driven ventures of the South and the Caribbean, contributed to the growing English presence in the New World. By the mid-17th century, the English had established a patchwork of colonies stretching from the icy shores of Newfoundland to the tropical islands of the West Indies. In the same period, England's naval power grew significantly. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 marked the beginning of England's ascendancy as a maritime power. This victory not only ensured England's survival as a Protestant state but also allowed it to expand its influence overseas. The Royal Navy became the backbone of British imperialism, protecting trade routes, enforcing colonial rule, and projecting power across the seas. The political and economic landscape of the British Isles also played a critical role in shaping the empire. The Union of England and Scotland in 1707 created the Kingdom of Great Britain, a unified state capable of mobilizing greater resources for imperial ventures. This union brought together Scottish merchants and financiers, who became key players in the expanding empire, particularly in the Americas and the Caribbean. At the heart of the early British Empire was a unique blend of commerce, conquest, and colonization. Unlike the centralized bureaucracies of Spain and Portugal, the British relied heavily on private enterprise and local autonomy. Joint stock companies like the East India Company operated as quasi-sovereign entities, governing territories, raising armies, and negotiating treaties. This decentralized approach allowed the British Empire to adapt to diverse circumstances and expand its reach with relatively limited resources. By the late 17th century, the British Empire was no longer a fledgling enterprise but a formidable force on the global stage. The Navigation Acts, a series of laws regulating trade, ensured that the wealth generated by the colonies flowed back to Britain. This mercantilist system fueled the growth of British industry and commerce, laying the groundwork for the Industrial Revolution. Yet, the early empire was not without its challenges. Relations with indigenous peoples in the Americas and Africa were often fraught with violence and exploitation. The transatlantic slave trade, integral to the empire's economy, inflicted unimaginable suffering on millions. And the competition with other European powers, particularly France and the Netherlands, led to frequent wars and territorial disputes. As the 18th century approached, the British Empire was poised for even greater expansion. From the Americas to Africa, Asia, and beyond, it would grow to become the largest and most influential empire in history. But its early foundations, built on exploration, trade, and the determination to compete with its European rivals, set the stage for its extraordinary rise. This is the story of a small island nation that transformed itself into a global superpower, leaving an indelible mark on history. The British Empire's journey was just beginning, and its impact would shape the modern world in ways both profound and complex. As the British Empire progressed into the 17th and 18th centuries, its presence in the Americas and the Caribbean grew exponentially. These regions became critical to Britain's burgeoning global dominance, driven by the relentless pursuit of wealth and resources. This era was marked by fierce competition with European rivals, the exploitation of indigenous peoples, and the emergence of systems that tied the colonies to the economic heart of Britain. The Caribbean, with its fertile lands and warm climate, emerged as one of the empire's most lucrative regions. Sugar, often referred to as white gold, became the cornerstone of British colonial wealth. Plantations spread across islands such as Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua, generating immense profits for British merchants and landowners. This wealth, however, came at an appalling human cost. The sugar plantations relied almost entirely on the labor of enslaved Africans, forcibly transported across the Atlantic in one of history's most harrowing chapters, the transatlantic slave trade. British ships, financed by merchants and approved by Parliament, carried millions of men, women, and children to the colonies in chains. The conditions on these ships were horrific, with many captives dying before reaching their destinations. Those who survived were subjected to brutal working conditions, deprived of basic human rights, and treated as property. The profits from the Caribbean fueled Britain's economic growth, financing infrastructure, industrial advancements, and the lavish lifestyles of the British elite. Yet, the system of slavery also exposed the contradictions of an empire that claimed to bring civilization and progress while perpetuating one of the most inhumane institutions in history. In North America, the British colonies took on a distinct character. The 13 colonies that would later form the United States developed diverse economies, ranging from the tobacco plantations of Virginia to the trade hubs of New York and Boston. The Puritan settlements in New England, founded in pursuit of religious freedom, became centers of education and governance, reflecting the values of self-reliance and community. By the mid-18th century, the population of the British colonies in North America had grown significantly. Settlers pushed westward, encroaching on indigenous lands and sparking conflicts with Native American tribes. These clashes often turned violent, as British settlers and military forces sought to expand their control over fertile lands and valuable resources. The fur trade became another key element of British colonial expansion. Partnerships with indigenous peoples, particularly in Canada, were established to procure furs that were highly prized in Europe. These relationships were complex, involving both cooperation and exploitation. While some indigenous groups benefited from trade, many more were devastated by the spread of European diseases, the loss of their lands, and the disruption of their traditional ways of life. As the British colonies expanded, their relationship with the mother country became increasingly structured. The Navigation Acts, a series of laws passed by Parliament, restricted colonial trade to ensure that goods flowed primarily to Britain. This mercantilist policy was designed to maximize the economic benefits of empire for the British economy. Colonists were required to ship raw materials like timber, tobacco, and sugar to Britain, where they were processed into finished goods and often sold back to the colonies. While this system enriched Britain, it also sowed seeds of discontent among the colonists. Many resented the restrictions on trade and the perception that they were being exploited for the benefit of a distant government. This tension would eventually come to a head in the American Revolution, but for much of the 17th and 18th centuries, the colonies remained loyal to the Crown. The British Empire's growing dominance in the Americas also brought it into direct conflict with other European powers. Spain, France, and the Netherlands all had significant colonial holdings, and competition for territory and trade often led to war. The Anglo-Dutch Wars of the 17th century, for example, saw the British and Dutch vie for control of key trade routes and colonies. One of the most significant conflicts was the 7 Years' War, fought between 1756 and 1763. Known in North America as the French and Indian War, this global conflict pitted Britain against France and its allies. The war was fought across continents, but in the Americas, it centered on control of the Ohio Valley and other contested regions. British victories in battles such as the capture of Quebec secured dominance over much of North America, culminating in the Treaty of Paris in 1763. The 7 Years' War marked a turning point for the British Empire. The defeat of France removed a major rival from North America, leaving Britain as the preeminent colonial power in the region. The acquisition of vast new territories, including Canada and Florida, expanded the empire's reach and set the stage for further growth. However, this expansion also came at a cost. The war left Britain deeply in debt, prompting the Crown to impose new taxes on the American colonies to recoup expenses. This would ignite tensions that eventually led to revolution. Meanwhile, in the Caribbean, British control solidified with the expansion of plantation economies. The wealth generated by sugar exports fueled Britain's Industrial Revolution, linking the colonies to the factories and workshops of the British Isles. Cities like Bristol and Liverpool thrived as centers of the slave trade and colonial commerce, their fortunes built on the suffering of enslaved peoples. Yet, the British Empire's reliance on slavery and exploitation did not go unchallenged. Resistance to colonial rule emerged in various forms, from armed revolts by enslaved Africans in the Caribbean to efforts by indigenous peoples to defend their lands in North America. These struggles highlighted the inherent contradictions and moral questions of empire, foreshadowing the eventual movements for abolition and decolonization. By the late 18th century, the British Empire in the Americas and the Caribbean had become a formidable force, characterized by economic dynamism and territorial expansion. However, it was also a system fraught with inequality, conflict, and moral dilemmas. The stage was set for further transformation as Britain turned its attention to other regions of the world, including Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. This chapter of empire was defined by its relentless pursuit of profit, its complex relationships with colonists and indigenous peoples, and the growing tensions that would eventually challenge the very foundations of British rule. As the empire expanded, so too did the contradictions and challenges that would shape its future. The story of the British Empire's rise in India is one of dramatic conquest, political intrigue, and the transformation of a diverse subcontinent into a cornerstone of imperial wealth and power. By the mid-18th century, India, with its immense resources, thriving trade networks, and rich cultural heritage, became the jewel in the British imperial crown. However, this dominance was not achieved without resistance, exploitation, and upheaval, leaving a complex and contested legacy. Before British involvement, India was a mosaic of kingdoms and empires, including the powerful Mughal Empire. The Mughals had brought a high degree of political unity to much of the subcontinent, fostering a golden age of art, architecture, and commerce. However, by the early 18th century, the Mughal Empire had begun to fragment under the pressure of regional rulers, foreign invasions, and internal dissent. This created opportunities for European powers to expand their influence, particularly the British and their main rivals, the French. The British East India Company, a joint stock enterprise chartered in 1600, spearheaded British efforts in India. Initially focused on trade, the company established a network of fortified trading posts in cities like Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. These settlements were strategically located to facilitate the export of goods such as spices, textiles, and tea, which were in high demand in Europe. Indian textiles, particularly muslin and calico, became highly prized commodities, driving the company's profits and solidifying its presence in the region. The French East India Company, similarly intent on exploiting India's wealth, emerged as a significant competitor. The struggle for supremacy between Britain and France played out not only in Europe but also on Indian soil, culminating in the Carnatic Wars of the mid-18th century. These conflicts, fought between the British East India Company and its French counterpart, were part of the broader global rivalry between the two powers. The decisive moment came with the Battle of Plassey in 1757. Led by Robert Clive, the British forces, numbering just a few thousand, defeated the much larger army of the Nawab of Bengal. This victory was achieved through a combination of military strategy and political maneuvering, including bribery and alliances with disaffected local rulers. The Battle of Plassey marked the beginning of British political control in India, as the company gained de facto sovereignty over Bengal, one of the wealthiest regions in the world. With Bengal under its control, the East India Company established itself as more than a commercial enterprise. It became a governing authority. The company imposed a system of land revenue collection that prioritized profit for its shareholders over the welfare of the local population. This policy, known as the permanent settlement, placed immense financial burdens on Indian peasants and landowners, leading to widespread poverty and social unrest. The company's growing power was formalized with the Treaty of Allahabad in 1765, which granted it the right to collect revenue in the provinces of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. This arrangement, known as the Diwani, further entrenched British influence in India's political and economic systems. The wealth extracted from these provinces flowed back to Britain, fueling the Industrial Revolution and enhancing the empire's global stature. As the company expanded its reach, it faced both internal and external challenges. Indian rulers, unwilling to cede their sovereignty, mounted fierce resistance. The Marathas, a powerful confederacy in western India, waged a series of wars against the British throughout the late 18th and early 19th centuries. These conflicts, known as the Anglo-Maratha Wars, were marked by shifting alliances, intense battles, and the eventual defeat of the Marathas, consolidating British dominance in central and western India. In the south, the British faced a formidable adversary in Tipu Sultan of Mysore, known as the Tiger of Mysore. Tipu, an astute military strategist and visionary ruler, resisted British expansion with remarkable tenacity. Under his leadership, Mysore adopted innovative military tactics and sought alliances with France to counter British aggression. Despite his efforts, Tipu was ultimately defeated and killed in the Fourth Anglo-Mysore War in 1799, marking another milestone in British imperial consolidation. While military conquest was a central aspect of British expansion in India, diplomacy and political manipulation also played critical roles. The doctrine of subsidiary alliances, pioneered by Lord Wellesley, forced Indian rulers to accept British suzerainty in exchange for military protection. This policy effectively reduced many Indian states to vassals, allowing the British to expand their influence without direct annexation. The British also exploited India's internal divisions to their advantage. Religious, linguistic, and caste differences were manipulated to weaken resistance and maintain control. These divisions, while often predating British rule, were exacerbated by policies that favored certain groups over others, creating long-lasting tensions within Indian society. By the early 19th century, the British East India Company had transformed from a trading entity into the de facto ruler of India. This period saw the development of a colonial administrative system that sought to impose British legal, educational, and cultural norms on Indian society. English became the language of governance, education, and commerce, creating a new class of Indian elites who were trained in British institutions but often alienated from their traditional roots. The economic impact of British rule was profound. India, once a major exporter of manufactured goods, was transformed into a supplier of raw materials for British industries and a market for British goods. This shift devastated traditional industries, particularly the textile sector, and led to widespread unemployment and poverty. Famines, exacerbated by colonial policies, claimed millions of lives, highlighting the exploitative nature of British rule. Despite these challenges, India under British rule also became a site of cultural and intellectual exchange. The introduction of Western education, the establishment of modern infrastructure such as railways and telegraphs, and the codification of laws had lasting impacts on Indian society. These changes, while often implemented to serve imperial interests, also laid the groundwork for India's eventual struggle for independence. The British Empire's ascendancy in India represented both the heights of its global power and the depths of its exploitation. The wealth extracted from India became a cornerstone of Britain's industrial and economic dominance, while the suffering endured by millions of Indians underscored the human cost of imperial ambition. As the 19th century progressed, the contradictions of British rule in India became increasingly apparent, setting the stage for resistance movements and the eventual unraveling of imperial control. The Americas became a pivotal arena for British imperial ambitions during the 17th and 18th centuries, as colonies were established across the vast territories of the New World. Initially, these settlements were small outposts aimed at economic gain and religious refuge. Over time, they evolved into thriving colonial societies that served as key components of the British Empire's global expansion. The story of Britain in the Americas is one of ambition, adaptation, and conflict, intertwined with the lives of indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, and European settlers. The British presence in the Americas began in the early 1600s with the establishment of Jamestown in 1607, the first permanent English settlement in North America. Backed by the Virginia Company, this colony struggled in its early years with disease, famine, and conflict with the local Powhatan Confederacy. However, the introduction of tobacco cultivation by John Rolfe provided an economic lifeline, transforming Virginia into a profitable enterprise. Tobacco became a cornerstone of the colonial economy, fueling demand for labor that would eventually lead to the widespread use of enslaved Africans. Religious motivations also played a significant role in British colonization. The Pilgrims, seeking freedom from religious persecution, established the Plymouth colony in 1620. This was followed by the Puritans, who founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, envisioning a city upon a hill that would serve as a model of Christian virtue. These New England colonies developed distinct cultural and social structures, with an emphasis on community, education, and self-governance. The Mayflower Compact, signed by the Pilgrims, became an early example of democratic governance in the Americas. The mid-17th century saw the expansion of British holdings in the Caribbean, a region of immense strategic and economic importance. Colonies such as Barbados, Jamaica, and the Leeward Islands became centers of sugar production, which was highly profitable but reliant on brutal systems of slave labor. The transatlantic slave trade grew exponentially to meet the labor demands of these plantations, linking Britain, Africa, and the Americas in a triangular trade network that generated vast wealth for the empire at a staggering human cost. By the early 18th century, the British colonies in North America and the Caribbean had become essential components of the empire. The colonies provided raw materials, such as tobacco, sugar, and timber, while serving as markets for British manufactured goods. This economic relationship, known as mercantilism, was enforced through laws like the Navigation Acts, which restricted colonial trade to benefit British merchants. While these policies enriched Britain, they also sowed seeds of resentment among the colonists, who chafed at the restrictions on their economic freedom. The British Empire's expansion in the Americas brought it into conflict with other European powers, particularly Spain and France. The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, known in the Americas as the French and Indian War, was a defining moment in this rivalry. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of Canada from France and Florida from Spain, as well as securing dominance over much of the eastern half of North America. This victory solidified Britain's position as the preeminent imperial power in the region, but it also left the empire with a massive debt that would have far-reaching consequences. The acquisition of new territories presented challenges for governance and control. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by King George III, sought to limit colonial expansion westward to avoid conflict with Native American tribes. However, this policy frustrated colonists eager to settle new lands and added to growing tensions between the colonies and the British government. The relationship between Britain and its American colonies began to deteriorate in the wake of the 7 Years' War. To address its war debts, the British government imposed new taxes on the colonies, such as the Stamp Act of 1765 and the Townshend Acts of 1767. These measures were deeply unpopular, as the colonists argued that they lacked representation in Parliament, and thus should not be subject to taxation without consent. The slogan, "No taxation without representation," became a rallying cry for colonial opposition. Resistance to British policies escalated in the 1770s, culminating in the Boston Tea Party of 1773, when American colonists protested the Tea Act by dumping British tea into Boston Harbor. In response, the British government enacted the Coercive Acts, known in the colonies as the Intolerable Acts, which further inflamed tensions. These events set the stage for the American Revolution, a conflict that would have profound implications for the British Empire. The loss of the American colonies in 1783, following the Treaty of Paris, marked a significant turning point in British imperial history. While the empire retained its holdings in Canada, the Caribbean, and elsewhere, the American Revolution forced Britain to reconsider its approach to colonial governance. The defeat highlighted the dangers of overreach and the importance of balancing imperial authority with colonial autonomy. Despite the loss, the British Empire remained a dominant global power and continued to expand its reach. Lessons learned from the American Revolution would inform British policies in other colonies, particularly in India, Africa, and Australia. The economic and cultural ties between Britain and its former American colonies also endured, shaping a relationship that would evolve over centuries. The British Empire's ventures in the Americas exemplify both the possibilities and perils of imperial ambition. The wealth generated from the colonies fueled Britain's rise as a global power, while the conflicts and contradictions inherent in colonial rule revealed the limits of that power. The Americas became a laboratory for empire, where the British tested strategies of conquest, governance, and commerce that would later be applied on a global scale. In doing so, they left an indelible mark on the history of the Western Hemisphere and the world. The British Empire's economic foundations rested upon trade and commerce, and no institution embodied this better than the East India Company. Established in 1600, the East India Company was granted a royal charter by Queen Elizabeth I, giving it a monopoly on English trade in the East Indies. Over time, this seemingly modest trading enterprise evolved into one of the most powerful and influential entities in history, playing a critical role in shaping the British Empire's global reach. From the outset, the East India Company sought to establish trade routes and secure access to valuable commodities such as spices, silk, and tea. Initially, its efforts focused on Southeast Asia, but fierce competition with the Dutch forced the company to shift its attention to India. Here, it found fertile ground for its ambitions, as the Mughal Empire, once a dominant force in the region, began to fragment in the late 17th century. This political disarray presented opportunities for the company to expand its influence. By the early 18th century, the East India Company had transformed from a commercial enterprise into a quasi-sovereign power. It established trading posts, or factories, in key Indian cities such as Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta. These settlements became centers of British trade and administration, governed by company officials who wielded significant authority. The company also maintained its own private army, composed of both British and Indian soldiers, known as sepoys. This military force would prove instrumental in securing and defending the company's interests. The turning point in the East India Company's evolution came with the Battle of Plassey in 1757. Led by Robert Clive, the company's forces defeated the Nawab of Bengal and his French allies, marking the beginning of British political control in India. This victory allowed the company to install puppet rulers and extract revenue from Bengal, one of the wealthiest regions in the subcontinent. Over the following decades, the company extended its dominion across large swathes of India, becoming a dominant power in the region. The wealth generated by the East India Company had a profound impact on the British economy and society. The importation of Indian textiles, spices, and other goods transformed British consumer culture, creating new tastes and fashions. Tea, in particular, became a staple of British life, with the company serving as the primary supplier. The revenue generated by the company also bolstered Britain's finances, funding military campaigns and infrastructure projects. However, the company's activities were not without controversy. Its aggressive policies in India often led to exploitation and suffering. The infamous Bengal famine of 1770, which claimed millions of lives, was exacerbated by the company's relentless pursuit of profit, as it prioritized revenue collection over humanitarian concerns. Such events drew criticism both in Britain and abroad, leading to calls for greater oversight and reform. The East India Company's dominance in India also brought Britain into conflict with other European powers, particularly France. The Carnatic Wars, a series of conflicts fought in southern India between 1746 and 1763, were part of the larger global struggle for supremacy between Britain and France. These wars ended with British victory, further consolidating the company's position in India and diminishing French influence in the region. The company's activities extended beyond India, encompassing trade networks that spanned the globe. It played a central role in the triangular trade, importing goods from Asia, exporting British manufactured products, and profiting from the slave trade in Africa and the Americas. This interconnected system of commerce exemplified the global nature of the British Empire, and its reliance on a vast and often exploitative network of labor and resources. The British Empire's focus on trade was not limited to the East India Company. The Navigation Acts, first implemented in the mid-17th century, regulated colonial trade to ensure that it benefited British merchants and shipbuilders. These laws required that goods imported into Britain or its colonies be transported on British ships, effectively monopolizing trade and excluding foreign competitors. While this system enriched Britain, it also created tensions with its colonies, particularly in North America, where resentment over trade restrictions contributed to the American Revolution. As the 18th century progressed, the British Empire's maritime dominance became increasingly apparent. The Royal Navy, bolstered by the wealth generated from trade, played a crucial role in protecting Britain's commercial interests and securing new territories. Naval supremacy allowed Britain to control key shipping routes, ensuring the flow of goods and wealth across the empire. The East India Company's power began to wane in the early 19th century, as its governance of India came under scrutiny. The Indian Rebellion of 1857, sparked by widespread grievances against company rule, marked a turning point. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the British government assumed direct control of India, dissolving the company in 1874. This transition marked the beginning of the British Raj, a new phase in Britain's imperial history. Despite its dissolution, the legacy of the East India Company endured. It had been a driving force behind Britain's rise as a global power, shaping the empire's economic and political strategies. Its success underscored the centrality of trade and commerce to the British imperial project, demonstrating how a single enterprise could influence the course of history. The British Empire's engagement with global trade was not merely an economic endeavor, it was a reflection of its broader ambitions. The pursuit of wealth and resources drove exploration, conquest, and colonization, intertwining the fates of nations and peoples across continents. Through the lens of trade, one can trace the rise of the British Empire and its profound impact on the world, leaving a legacy that continues to resonate in the modern era. The Industrial Revolution marked a seismic shift in the trajectory of the British Empire, transforming it from a maritime and colonial power into an industrialized, economic powerhouse. Spanning the late 18th to the 19th centuries, this era of rapid technological advancement and industrial growth fundamentally altered Britain's relationship with its colonies and the global economy. The Industrial Revolution became a driving force behind the expansion and consolidation of the British Empire, fueling its dominance in the 19th century. At the heart of the Industrial Revolution was the mechanization of production. Innovations in textiles, such as the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the cotton gin, revolutionized manufacturing. Britain, already a major producer of wool, became the global leader in textile production. Cotton, sourced from the colonies, particularly India and later the American South, fed Britain's factories. These goods were exported across the world, creating a cycle of dependency where colonies provided raw materials and served as markets for British manufactured goods. Coal and steam power drove these industries, making Britain the first nation to harness such technologies on a large scale. The development of the steam engine by James Watt and others enabled the growth of factories, railways, and ships. Steam-powered vessels revolutionized maritime transport, reducing travel times and making it easier for Britain to administer and trade with its far-flung empire. This technological edge ensured Britain's global supremacy during this period. The Industrial Revolution also transformed Britain's cities and society. Urban centres like Manchester, Birmingham, and Glasgow became industrial hubs, attracting workers from rural areas. However, the rapid growth of these cities brought challenges. Overcrowding, poor sanitation, and exploitative labor conditions characterized life for many in industrial Britain. Despite these hardships, the wealth generated by industrialization enriched Britain's elite and funded further imperial expansion. The colonies played a vital role in the success of the Industrial Revolution. India, often referred to as the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, was both a supplier of raw materials and a market for British goods. The British dismantled India's traditional textile industry to eliminate competition, ensuring that Indian cotton was exported to Britain, processed into textiles, and then sold back to Indian markets at a profit. This exploitative system created enormous wealth for Britain but devastated local economies in the colonies. In the Caribbean, sugar plantations, reliant on enslaved labor, were another cornerstone of Britain's industrial economy. Although the transatlantic slave trade was abolished in 1807 and slavery itself was abolished in 1833, the legacy of exploitation endured. The plantations continued to rely on indentured laborers from India and other parts of the empire, perpetuating systems of inequality and dependency. The Industrial Revolution also intensified Britain's need for resources, spurring imperial expansion. Africa, with its vast reserves of gold, diamonds, and other minerals, became a focus of British attention in the late 19th century. The scramble for Africa saw Britain claim vast territories, including modern-day South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. While the exploitation of Africa's resources enriched Britain, it often came at a severe cost to local populations, who faced dispossession, forced labor, and social disruption. Transportation and communication advancements were critical to managing the empire. The construction of the railways in India exemplified this transformation. Although ostensibly built to modernize the subcontinent, the railways primarily served British economic interests, facilitating the movement of goods and troops. Similarly, the introduction of telegraph lines allowed Britain to maintain more direct control over its colonies, reducing the communication lag that had previously hindered administration. The Industrial Revolution also reshaped Britain's imperial ideology. It was during this period that the concept of the civilizing mission gained prominence. Britain presented itself as a benevolent power, bringing progress and modernity to its colonies through technology, education, and infrastructure. However, this narrative often masked the exploitative nature of imperial rule, which prioritized economic gain over the welfare of colonial subjects. In the 19th century, the British Empire's industrial strength became a tool of geopolitical power. The Royal Navy, bolstered by steam power and advanced shipbuilding techniques, ensured Britain's dominance on the seas. Naval supremacy allowed Britain to control key trade routes, protect its colonies, and enforce its interests globally. The Pax Britannica, a period of relative peace during which Britain acted as the world's dominant power, was underpinned by this industrial and military might. Britain's industrialization also influenced its interactions with other global powers. The Opium Wars with China in the mid-19th century, fought to secure British trade interests, particularly the lucrative opium trade, highlighted the empire's willingness to use military force to protect its economic dominance. The unequal treaties that followed these wars expanded British influence in Asia, including the acquisition of Hong Kong, further cementing Britain's imperial reach. The Industrial Revolution's impact extended to the social and cultural fabric of the British Empire. The wealth generated by industrialization funded scientific research, cultural institutions, and education. Universities, museums, and libraries in Britain often showcased the spoils of empire, presenting them as symbols of British achievement. At the same time, industrialization fostered movements for reform and justice, both within Britain and across the empire. Campaigns for labor rights, women's suffrage, and the abolition of slavery gained momentum during this period, challenging the inequalities perpetuated by industrial and imperial systems. As the 19th century progressed, the Industrial Revolution began to reshape global power dynamics. Other nations, including Germany, the United States, and Japan, began to industrialize, challenging Britain's dominance. Nevertheless, the British Empire's early embrace of industrialization had given it a head start, enabling it to build a vast and interconnected global system that defined the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution was both a product and a driver of the British Empire's expansion. It transformed Britain's economy, society, and global standing, creating a legacy of innovation and exploitation that would shape the modern world. While industrialization brought unprecedented wealth and power to Britain, it also deepened the inequalities and tensions that would eventually contribute to the empire's decline. The story of the Industrial Revolution is thus inseparable from the broader history of the British Empire, illustrating the complex interplay of progress, power, and exploitation that defined this era. The Victorian era, spanning the reign of Queen Victoria from 1837 to 1901, represented the zenith of the British Empire's power and influence. During this period, the empire expanded to encompass nearly a quarter of the world's land mass and population, earning the moniker, "the empire on which the sun never sets." This era was characterized by imperial consolidation, economic dominance, cultural shifts, and profound social transformations within Britain and its colonies. At the heart of the Victorian age was Queen Victoria herself. Her reign became synonymous with the stability and strength of the empire. As a constitutional monarch, she wielded limited political power, but her personal image and the idea of monarchy were central to the identity of the empire. Victoria was portrayed as the mother of the empire, a figure embodying moral authority and the unifying spirit of the British realm. Her image was printed on coins, stamps, and public buildings across the empire, reinforcing loyalty to the crown among its diverse subjects. The Victorian era witnessed an unprecedented expansion of British territory. Fueled by economic ambitions, geopolitical rivalries, and a belief in British superiority, the empire extended its reach into Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. The Scramble for Africa, formalized by the Berlin Conference of 1884–85, saw Britain claim vast swathes of African territory, including Egypt, Sudan, Kenya, and South Africa. The acquisition of these lands was often justified through the ideology of the civilizing mission, a belief that it was Britain's duty to bring progress, Christianity, and Western values to uncivilized peoples. India remained the crown jewel of the empire during this period. Following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, also known as the Sepoy Mutiny, the British government dissolved the East India Company and took direct control of India. This marked the beginning of the British Raj, under which India was governed by a viceroy representing the crown. Infrastructure projects like railways, canals, and telegraph lines were expanded, ostensibly to modernize the region but primarily to facilitate resource extraction and administration. Simultaneously, British cultural and educational policies aimed to create a class of Anglicized Indians loyal to British rule, fostering both collaboration and resistance among the Indian population. The Victorian Age was also the era of British economic dominance. The empire became the world's largest trading network, supported by a robust financial system centered in London. British merchants and manufacturers benefited immensely from imperial trade, importing raw materials like cotton, tea, and rubber from the colonies and exporting finished goods back to these markets. This system of economic interdependence enriched Britain while leaving many colonies economically dependent and underdeveloped. Infrastructure advancements further solidified Britain's imperial power. The completion of the Suez Canal in 1869, which connected the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, significantly reduced travel time between Britain and India, enhancing the empire's strategic and commercial capabilities. Britain's control of the canal became a critical element of its global strategy, leading to the occupation of Egypt in 1882 to safeguard this vital route. Cultural and scientific achievements also flourished during the Victorian era, often intertwined with imperialism. British museums, universities, and scientific societies became repositories of knowledge and artifacts from the empire. The works of Victorian explorers, archaeologists, and naturalists, such as David Livingstone and Charles Darwin, reflected both a genuine curiosity about the natural world and a desire to catalogue and control it. However, these endeavors were often exploitative, involving the removal of cultural treasures and the imposition of Western knowledge systems on colonized peoples. The empire's diversity was both a strength and a source of tension. The Victorian Age saw the growth of nationalist movements in various colonies, as educated elites began to question British rule. In India, leaders like Dadabhai Naoroji and Bal Gangadhar Tilak advocated for greater autonomy and self-rule. Similarly, in Ireland, calls for home rule gained momentum, challenging Britain's long-standing dominance over the island. These movements foreshadowed the struggles for independence that would come in the 20th century. Within Britain itself, the Victorian Age was a time of profound social change. The Industrial Revolution had created a burgeoning middle class, and reforms in education, labor laws, and suffrage began to address some of the inequalities of the earlier period. However, the benefits of imperial wealth were unevenly distributed. While the upper and middle classes enjoyed unprecedented prosperity, many working-class Britons lived in poverty, fueling calls for social and economic reform. Religion played a significant role in the Victorian Empire. Christian missionaries were active across the colonies, spreading Western religious practices and often clashing with indigenous beliefs. While some missionaries sought to genuinely improve the lives of colonized peoples through education and healthcare, others became agents of cultural imperialism, promoting the idea that Western civilization was inherently superior. The Victorian Age also saw the formalization of racial hierarchies within the empire. The idea of the white man's burden, popularized by writers like Rudyard Kipling, justified imperialism as a noble endeavor to uplift non-European peoples. This paternalistic attitude often masked the brutal realities of colonial rule, including forced labor, economic exploitation, and systemic violence. Racial ideologies also influenced domestic policies, shaping immigration laws and attitudes toward minority communities within Britain. By the late 19th century, the British Empire faced growing challenges. The rise of rival powers, such as Germany and the United States, signaled the end of unchallenged British supremacy. At the same time, nationalist movements in the colonies and social reforms at home began to erode the foundations of the empire. Yet, as Queen Victoria's reign came to a close, the British Empire remained the most powerful and extensive global system in history, a symbol of both achievement and exploitation. The Victorian Age was the apogee of the British Empire, a time of unprecedented expansion, wealth, and influence. It was also a period of contradictions, where progress coexisted with exploitation, and ideals of liberty and justice were often at odds with the realities of imperial rule. This era left an indelible mark on the world, shaping the political, economic, and cultural landscapes of the modern age. The Industrial Revolution, which began in Britain in the late 18th century and accelerated throughout the 19th century, transformed not only the United Kingdom but also the very nature of the British Empire. This era of unprecedented technological innovation, economic growth, and social change fundamentally altered the relationship between Britain and its colonies, intertwining industrial development with imperial expansion. The revolution started modestly with innovations in agriculture and textile manufacturing. The enclosure movement consolidated farmland, increasing agricultural productivity but displacing countless rural workers. These displaced laborers became the workforce that fueled industrial growth. Textile mills in cities like Manchester and Birmingham, powered by steam engines, quickly outpaced traditional cottage industries. Cotton, the raw material that fed these mills, became a cornerstone of British industry, and a driving force behind imperialism. The colonies were integral to the Industrial Revolution, serving as sources of raw materials and markets for finished goods. India, in particular, played a crucial role. The British East India Company had established control over large parts of the subcontinent by the early 19th century. Indian cotton, traditionally spun and woven into fine textiles domestically, was now shipped in raw form to British factories. Once processed, these textiles were exported back to India and other colonies, often undercutting local artisans and devastating indigenous industries. This economic model epitomized the extractive nature of imperialism, where wealth flowed inexorably to the metropole. Transportation innovations like railways, steamships, and canals further linked the empire's far-flung territories. Rail networks were developed in India, Africa, and Canada, not primarily for the benefit of local populations, but to facilitate the movement of troops, goods, and resources. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 symbolized this new era of connectivity. Shortening the journey between Britain and India by thousands of miles, the canal became a vital artery of empire, ensuring faster communication and trade. The revolution also extended to communication. The invention of the telegraph revolutionized governance and commerce within the empire. By the 1870s, an extensive network of submarine telegraph cables, known as the All Red Line, connected Britain to its colonies. Messages that once took months to deliver could now be sent in minutes, allowing for tighter imperial control. This technological advantage underscored Britain's dominance, enabling it to coordinate its vast empire more effectively than any of its rivals. Yet the Industrial Revolution's impact was not confined to infrastructure and economics. It reshaped social structures, both within Britain and its colonies. In Britain, industrial cities grew rapidly, creating a new urban working class. Conditions in these cities were often grim. Overcrowding, pollution, and exploitation were rampant. These hardships eventually led to the rise of labor movements and demands for social reform. Parliament responded with measures like the Factory Acts, which regulated working hours and conditions, particularly for women and children. The colonies experienced similar transformations, though often under far harsher conditions. Plantation economies in the Caribbean and Africa, reliant on the labor of enslaved or indentured workers, became integral to the imperial economy. Even after the abolition of slavery in 1833, colonial economies continued to exploit labor through systems like indentured servitude. In India, peasants were often forced to grow cash crops like indigo and opium, displacing traditional agriculture and leading to famines. The wealth generated by industrialization funded Britain's imperial ambitions. The profits from factories and colonial trade allowed Britain to maintain the world's most powerful navy, a critical instrument of empire. The Royal Navy not only protected British trade routes but also enforced policies like the suppression of the transatlantic slave trade after 1807. However, this self-proclaimed moral authority often masked the continued exploitation of non-European peoples under British rule. Industrialization also influenced the cultural dimensions of empire. The Victorian belief in progress and technological superiority reinforced the idea that Britain had a mission to civilize the world. This ideology was expressed in the construction of railways, schools, and hospitals in the colonies, projects that were as much about asserting British dominance as they were about development. Missionary societies were particularly active during this period, spreading Christianity alongside Western education and values. While these efforts brought some benefits, they also disrupted indigenous cultures and often justified imperial rule. One of the most controversial legacies of the Industrial Revolution was the environmental impact. Britain's industrial cities became synonymous with soot-filled skies and polluted rivers, a price paid for rapid growth. This pattern was replicated in colonies where resource extraction intensified. Forests were cleared in India for railway sleepers. Coal mines in South Africa scarred the landscape. The environmental costs of industrialization were largely borne by colonized peoples, whose lands and livelihoods were often destroyed in the process. Despite its many achievements, the Industrial Revolution also sowed the seeds of resistance. The economic and social changes it brought to the colonies often exacerbated inequalities, fueling nationalist movements. In India, the exploitation of local industries and labor sparked growing resentment. Leaders like Dadabhai Naoroji and later Mahatma Gandhi would critique the economic drain caused by British rule, laying the groundwork for demands for independence. Similarly, in Africa, industrial and commercial activities often led to displacement and hardship for local populations. The construction of railways, while celebrated as a symbol of progress, was often accompanied by forced labor and land seizures. These injustices would become rallying points for resistance movements in the 20th century. The Industrial Revolution was thus a double-edged sword. It propelled Britain to global supremacy, enabling it to dominate trade, technology, and geopolitics. At the same time, it entrenched patterns of exploitation and inequality that would ultimately contribute to the empire's decline. The transformations of this era were profound and far-reaching, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today. As the 19th century drew to a close, the British Empire embarked on one of its most controversial and transformative phases, the Scramble for Africa. This period, spanning roughly from the 1880s to the early 20th century, saw European powers racing to carve up the African continent in pursuit of land, resources, and geopolitical dominance. For Britain, Africa became both a theater of competition and an essential component of its imperial ambitions. The scramble for Africa did not occur in isolation. It was part of a broader context of European imperialism, fueled by industrialization, national rivalries, and a belief in racial and cultural superiority. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, convened by German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, formalized this process. While the conference ostensibly aimed to prevent conflict among European powers, its real purpose was to divide Africa into spheres of influence. African leaders were notably absent, and their interests were entirely ignored. By the time of the conference, Britain already had a significant foothold in Africa. Egypt and the Suez Canal were critical to maintaining Britain's connection to India and the rest of its Asian empire. Securing control over the canal in 1882 was not merely a strategic triumph, but a symbol of Britain's determination to dominate global trade routes. However, this was only the beginning of a much broader expansion. The colonization of southern Africa was one of Britain's most aggressive undertakings during the scramble. The discovery of diamonds in Kimberley in 1867 and gold in the Transvaal in 1886 intensified British interest in the region. Figures like Cecil Rhodes epitomized the imperial drive to exploit Africa's resources. As the founder of De Beers and a staunch advocate of British expansion, Rhodes envisioned a continuous British-controlled territory stretching from Cape Town to Cairo. Under his leadership, British influence extended into modern-day Zimbabwe and Zambia, then known as Southern and Northern Rhodesia. However, the push for Southern Africa was not without resistance. The Anglo-Zulu War of 1879 highlighted the tensions between British imperialism and African sovereignty. Despite initial Zulu victories, such as the famous Battle of Isandlwana, British military superiority eventually overwhelmed the Zulu kingdom. Similarly, the Boer Wars, fought against the Dutch-descended Afrikaner population, underscored the lengths Britain was willing to go to secure dominance. The Second Boer War, 1899–1902, was particularly brutal, with the British employing scorched earth tactics and establishing concentration camps, a dark chapter in the Empire's history. While Southern Africa was a focal point, Britain's ambitions extended across the continent. In East Africa, territories that would become Kenya and Uganda were incorporated into the empire. The construction of the Uganda Railway, often referred to as the Lunatic Line, was emblematic of British imperialism in the region. Built with immense cost in terms of money and human lives, the railway served to facilitate the extraction of resources and the movement of settlers rather than benefiting local populations. West Africa was another region of expansion. By the late 19th century, Britain had established control over Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and the Gold Coast, modern-day Ghana. These territories were rich in resources like palm oil, cocoa, and gold, which became critical to Britain's industrial economy. However, British rule often came at a high cost to local societies, disrupting traditional economies and governance structures. The impact of British imperialism in Africa was profound and multifaceted. Economically, the empire introduced new systems of production, often geared toward the extraction of resources for export to Britain. This process frequently involved the exploitation of African labor, with little regard for the welfare of local communities. Socially, the introduction of Western education, Christianity, and legal systems reshaped African societies, often eroding traditional cultures and institutions. The justification for these actions was rooted in the ideology of the civilizing mission. Proponents of imperialism argued that Britain had a moral duty to bring progress and enlightenment to Africa. Figures like David Livingstone, the missionary and explorer, embodied this belief. Yet the reality of imperial rule often contradicted these lofty ideals. Economic exploitation, racial discrimination, and political oppression were the hallmarks of British colonial governance. The resistance to British rule in Africa was as varied as the continent itself. Some African leaders sought to negotiate with colonial authorities, hoping to preserve a degree of autonomy. Others, like the Ashanti in modern-day Ghana and the Ndebele in Zimbabwe, took up arms against the British. While these uprisings were often suppressed with great brutality, they left a lasting legacy of defiance and laid the groundwork for future independence movements. The scramble for Africa also had global repercussions. Britain's expansion heightened tensions with other European powers, particularly France and Germany. The Fashoda Incident of 1898, in which British and French forces faced off in Sudan, exemplified these rivalries. Although the conflict was resolved peacefully, it underscored the precarious balance of power in Africa and Europe. By the early 20th century, Britain had emerged as the dominant colonial power in Africa, controlling vast territories from Egypt to South Africa. However, this dominance came at a cost. The exploitation of African resources and labor enriched Britain but impoverished and destabilized the colonies. The legacy of colonial rule, including arbitrary borders and economic dependencies, would have far-reaching consequences for Africa's development. In retrospect, the scramble for Africa was a testament to the complexities and contradictions of the British Empire. It showcased Britain's capacity for organization and innovation, as well as its willingness to employ coercion and violence in pursuit of its goals. The transformation of Africa during this period was dramatic, reshaping the continent and its relationship with the world in ways that continue to resonate today. The British Empire, once the largest and most powerful empire in history, reached the peak of its influence in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. By this time, it controlled vast territories across the globe, from Canada to India, from Egypt to Australia. However, the very forces that propelled its rise, industrialization, economic expansion, military might, and imperial ideology, eventually set the stage for its decline. The journey from imperial grandeur to decolonization was long and fraught with both internal and external pressures. By the middle of the 20th century, the empire that had once ruled over a quarter of the world's population was unraveling at an unprecedented pace. The decline of the British Empire can be traced back to the aftermath of World War I. The war had left much of Europe in ruins, and Britain, although victorious, had been severely weakened. The cost of the war, both in terms of lives lost and financial resources spent, took its toll on the British economy. National debt soared, and Britain's global influence began to wane. The economic strain was compounded by the social upheaval and political instability that followed the war, as people across the empire demanded greater self-governance and autonomy. One of the most significant events in the post-war period was the Irish War of Independence, 1919 to 1921. After centuries of British rule, Ireland's struggle for independence had reached a critical point. The war was marked by guerrilla tactics and brutal reprisals on both sides. In 1921, Britain was forced to negotiate the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which led to the creation of the Irish Free State, effectively granting Ireland independence. This was a major blow to the empire, as it was the first of many territories to break away, signaling a shift in the imperial structure. Simultaneously, the rise of nationalist movements in India further challenged British rule. India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, had been a source of immense wealth and prestige for Britain. However, by the early 20th century, India was increasingly restive. The Indian independence movement, led by figures like Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, gained momentum. Gandhi's nonviolent methods of resistance, particularly his Salt March of 1930 and the Quit India movement of 1942, brought international attention to India's struggle for independence. The pressure from both within India and from global anti-colonial movements made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain control. World War II was the final catalyst that accelerated the end of the British Empire. The war had strained the resources of the British government, which now found itself unable to maintain its vast imperial holdings. The British military, stretched thin by the conflict, was no longer in a position to suppress uprisings or defend its colonies as it had in the past. Additionally, the war had altered the global balance of power. The United States and the Soviet Union emerged as the two superpowers, and Britain's influence in world affairs diminished. The economic devastation of World War II also played a significant role in weakening the British Empire. After the war, Britain was heavily in debt, much of it owed to the United States, and its industrial base was in disrepair. Britain's dependence on its empire for economic sustenance was no longer sustainable. The costs of maintaining colonies in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East were prohibitive, and Britain was increasingly unable to meet these demands. In India, the pressures for independence became overwhelming. The violent partition of India and Pakistan in 1947, which resulted in the displacement and death of millions, marked the formal end of British colonial rule in the subcontinent. Britain, facing the logistical nightmare of maintaining its empire in the face of rising nationalist fervor, granted India independence in August 1947. The partition itself, which created two separate nations, remains one of the most tragic episodes in the history of decolonization. Yet, it also marked a definitive turning point in the British Empire's history, symbolizing the beginning of the end for colonial rule in Asia. Following India's independence, Britain's remaining colonies in Asia and Africa began to demand their own independence. The British withdrawal from Palestine in 1948, amid violent conflict between Jews and Arabs, signaled the beginning of the end of British influence in the Middle East. The creation of the State of Israel and the subsequent Arab-Israeli conflict shifted the geopolitical dynamics of the region, further reducing Britain's role as a colonial power. By the 1950s and 1960s, a wave of decolonization swept across Africa. The pressure from nationalist movements in countries like Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa became impossible for Britain to ignore. Ghana, in 1957, became the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence from colonial rule. This was a significant milestone, and it set off a chain reaction. Throughout the 1960s, former British colonies across Africa gained independence, often after protracted struggles and violent uprisings. The Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, for example, was one of the most significant armed resistance movements against British rule in Africa. Britain's withdrawal from Africa was not without controversy. In some cases, decolonization was peaceful, as in the case of Ghana, where negotiations led to a smooth transition of power. In others, such as in Kenya, the process was far more violent and complicated. The British response to African resistance movements often involved repression, including internment, executions, and the destruction of villages. The brutality of the British Empire in these instances became a source of shame and criticism for the British government. The decline of the British Empire was also marked by the collapse of its influence in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. In 1957, the British decided to relinquish control over Burma, Myanmar, followed by the end of British rule in Malaya in 1957, which ultimately led to the formation of Malaysia. The British Empire's withdrawal from these territories reflected the growing trend of independence movements across the globe. By the 1960s, Britain had lost much of its empire, but its legacy persisted in the form of the Commonwealth of Nations, a political association of former colonies and territories. The Commonwealth, originally created to foster unity and cooperation among Britain's former colonies, became an important diplomatic forum that allowed Britain to maintain some level of influence in the post-colonial world. The Commonwealth, however, was not a substitute for the vast power Britain once wielded, and by the 1970s, Britain had largely ceased to be an imperial power. The final vestiges of British colonial rule were removed in the 1990s, with the handover of Hong Kong to China in 1997. The British presence in Hong Kong had been established during the Opium Wars, and its eventual return to Chinese sovereignty marked the symbolic end of the British Empire. Hong Kong's return to China represented the conclusion of a centuries-long era of British colonial rule. The decline and eventual dissolution of the British Empire were not instantaneous. It was a complex, gradual process driven by economic constraints, political changes, and rising nationalist movements across the globe. As the empire dissolved, its legacy left an indelible mark on world history. The divisions and borders created during the colonial period, as well as the economic and cultural exchanges that occurred under British rule, continue to shape global geopolitics, trade, and cultural dynamics. The British Empire's fall is not just a chapter in the history of Britain but in the history of the world, a transformative event that reshaped nations and peoples forever. The British Empire, despite its decline and eventual dissolution, left behind a legacy that continues to reverberate across the globe. The cultural, economic, and political influences of the empire have had lasting effects on former colonies, shaping the world in profound ways. As the empire shrank and its political control waned, it gave birth to new nations and new challenges, and its cultural influence persisted in ways both visible and subtle. Today, the remnants of the British Empire can be seen in the institutions, language, and political systems of countries around the world, as well as in the continuing dynamics of global trade and diplomacy. Cultural legacy. Perhaps the most enduring aspect of the British Empire's legacy is its cultural influence. The spread of the English language, as both a global lingua franca and a dominant language in international business, education, and diplomacy, remains one of the empire's most visible and significant contributions to the modern world. English is spoken by millions of people worldwide, not just in former colonies but as a second language in numerous countries. It has become the language of science, technology, global commerce, and the Internet, deeply interwoven into the fabric of modern society. The proliferation of English has not only created a shared medium for communication but has also allowed the British cultural export to permeate virtually every corner of the globe. British literature, music, art, and even television have become staples in global culture. Works by authors such as William Shakespeare, Charles Dickens, and Jane Austen are still widely read, studied, and appreciated worldwide. The British music scene, from the Beatles to the Rolling Stones, has had a monumental influence on global pop culture, with British bands and musicians continuing to dominate the charts internationally. British-style education systems, based on the model of public and private schools, also took root in many former colonies. In many countries, British-style institutions and their emphasis on exams, academic rigor, and certain values, such as meritocracy, became ingrained in the education systems. In some places, this system of education continues to define access to social mobility and success, with prestigious schools such as those in the Ivy League or Oxbridge continuing to shape future generations of political, business, and intellectual leaders. Despite the global reach of British culture, the impact was not always benign. The spread of English and British cultural norms often came at the expense of indigenous languages, traditions, and customs. Colonial education systems frequently marginalized native cultures and languages, leading to the loss of cultural heritage in many regions. In some places, the legacies of British imperialism are still a source of tension, as indigenous people continue to reclaim and revitalize their cultural practices in the face of centuries of cultural suppression. Economic legacy. The economic legacy of the British Empire is complex and multifaceted, encompassing both positive contributions and exploitative practices. At its height, the British Empire was a global trading network, interconnecting vast regions of the world. British merchants, bankers, and industrialists dominated global trade routes, and the wealth extracted from colonies was crucial to Britain's rise as an economic power. The empire established the foundation for modern global capitalism, introducing new industries, trading systems, and infrastructure. The British built railways, roads, and ports in colonies, facilitating the movement of goods and resources. However, much of this development served British interests rather than the welfare of the local populations. Raw materials such as cotton, rubber, and minerals were extracted from colonies to fuel British industries, and in return, colonies were often left with economies that were dependent on exporting these raw materials, creating an imbalance that persists in many post-colonial economies today. The legacy of economic inequality is particularly evident in Africa, where the legacy of British rule has left many nations grappling with poverty, underdevelopment, and reliance on commodity exports. The artificial borders created by the British, often cutting across ethnic and cultural lines, have contributed to political instability and conflict, as diverse groups fight for control of resources that were historically monopolized by colonial powers. This economic dependency, along with the challenges of nation building, has slowed economic growth in many former colonies, especially in Africa. Nevertheless, the British Empire also left behind a number of positive economic legacies. Infrastructure projects such as railways, ports, and communication systems, while initially serving imperial interests, have become key components of the economies of many former colonies. For instance, the railways in India, though initially constructed to transport goods for the British, have become vital to India's domestic economy. Similarly, British investments in agriculture and industry in places like Malaysia and Kenya laid the foundation for economic development, although often through the exploitation of local labor and resources. Moreover, former British colonies such as India, Australia, and Canada have become significant players in the global economy. The British legacy of institutions, legal systems, and capitalist economies has allowed many countries to thrive in the post-colonial era. The fact that English is often the language of business and trade has also provided an advantage to former colonies in the global market. Political legacy. The political legacy of the British Empire is equally complex, as the empire's governance systems were both autocratic and, in some instances, democratic. The British model of parliamentary democracy, rule of law, and civil liberties was exported to many colonies, and it remains a cornerstone of political systems in many post-colonial nations. The idea of democratic governance, including the concepts of universal suffrage, civil rights, and the separation of powers, was often promoted by the British and adapted by former colonies after independence. However, the political legacy of the empire is not without its contradictions. While British colonial rule often imposed a system of governance that centralized power in the hands of a small colonial elite, many former colonies inherited weak political institutions and struggled with issues of governance after independence. The borders created by the British often combined hostile ethnic and religious groups, leading to conflicts that have plagued many countries long after they gained their independence. The most notable example of this can be seen in India, where partition in 1947 led to the creation of India and Pakistan, with massive population displacement and violence between Hindu and Muslim populations. In Africa, the colonial borders drawn by the British and other European powers have caused decades of conflict, as the diverse groups within these artificial borders have struggled for power. Despite these challenges, the British Empire's legacy of political institutions has contributed to the relative stability of some former colonies. The legal systems, often based on British common law, have provided a foundation for governance, while democratic elections and political systems have been maintained in many former colonies. For example, Canada, Australia, and India have maintained democratic systems of government that reflect British political ideals, even as they have adapted to their unique national contexts. The role of the British Crown remains a symbol of unity for many former colonies, as the Commonwealth of Nations, an organization of countries that were once part of the British Empire, continues to foster diplomatic, cultural, and economic ties between its members. While the Commonwealth no longer serves as a political tool of empire, it remains a significant reminder of the global reach of British influence. Global power dynamics and the post-colonial world. The legacy of the British Empire also played a significant role in shaping global power dynamics in the 20th and 21st centuries. The end of empire marked the beginning of a new era of decolonization, as former colonies sought to establish their own identities and navigate the changing geopolitical landscape. Many former British colonies became part of the global South, joining the ranks of newly independent nations that sought to assert their sovereignty on the world stage. The legacy of British imperialism contributed to the development of global institutions, such as the United Nations, where many former colonies are now active members. Former colonies also became major players in the global economy, with countries like India, South Africa, and Nigeria emerging as significant economic and political forces. At the same time, the legacy of colonialism continues to influence international relations, particularly in the form of economic dependency, post-colonial identity struggles, and the challenges of reconciling the historical injustices of empire. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, the legacy of the British Empire remains a critical factor in understanding the complex relationships between nations, cultures, and histories. The empire's enduring influence can be seen not only in the former colonies but also in the ongoing political, economic, and cultural exchanges that continue to shape the modern world. The British Empire may no longer exist in its imperial form, but its legacy remains an essential part of the story of the modern world. The British Empire, once the largest empire in history, did not crumble overnight. Its decline was a gradual process, fueled by a combination of internal and external factors. From the end of World War I, the British Empire was embroiled in a delicate balancing act, trying to maintain its hold over vast territories while adapting to a changing global order. The process of decolonization accelerated after World War II, as the cost of maintaining the empire became too great, both economically and politically. The rise of nationalist movements in the colonies, the financial strains of two world wars, and the shift in global power dynamics all contributed to the empire's eventual disintegration. The end of the British Empire is often symbolized by the granting of independence to India in 1947, but in reality, the decline had begun much earlier. The British Empire's golden age, marked by territorial expansion and unparalleled global influence, began to falter during the early 20th century. The two world wars, which drained British resources and diminished its military power, played a pivotal role in the decline of British imperial dominance. The aftermath of World War I. World War I marked a significant turning point in the history of the British Empire. The war itself had cost the British Empire dearly in both lives and resources, and the long-term consequences of the conflict led to an inevitable re-evaluation of imperial priorities. Although Britain had emerged victorious in the war, it was left with massive debts and an overstretched military. The empire's economic situation after the war was dire. The war had depleted British coffers and strained the imperial economic system. The cost of rebuilding after the war weighed heavily on Britain's finances, and the country was no longer able to sustain the empire at its previous scale. Furthermore, the disillusionment of soldiers returning home and the political instability in Britain led to widespread calls for reforms, which also extended to the empire. Meanwhile, the political landscape in the colonies began to shift. Nationalist movements, inspired by the ideas of self-determination and democracy that had gained prominence during the war, began to gain momentum. Colonies, many of which had contributed heavily to the war effort, started to demand a greater voice in their own governance. The promises of autonomy and self-rule made during the war years were now expected to be fulfilled. One of the first signs of imperial weakness came in Ireland, where the struggle for independence culminated in the 1922 creation of the Irish Free State. The Irish War of Independence had forced Britain to reckon with the growing discontent within its own dominions. While Ireland's independence did not signal the immediate end of the empire, it was a sign that the imperial system was under pressure. The impact of the Great Depression. The Great Depression of the 1930s further strained the British Empire. The global economic crisis, which started with the stock market crash of 1929, hit the British economy hard. The imperial trade network, which had relied on the import of raw materials from colonies and the export of finished goods to these regions, was disrupted. As global trade collapsed, so did the economic foundation of empire. With Britain's economic resources depleted, the empire could no longer sustain its vast military presence around the world. The British military, once a symbol of imperial strength, was forced to retreat from many parts of the empire as funds for colonial military campaigns became scarce. This decline in military power, coupled with economic challenges, marked the beginning of a shift in global power dynamics. Nationalist movements, inspired by the success of independence movements in other parts of the world, began to demand more substantial political change. These movements had been simmering for decades, but the economic turmoil and the empire's weakening position made it difficult for Britain to suppress them. The idea that the empire was a force for good was increasingly questioned, and the harsh realities of colonial rule became harder to justify. World War II and the fall of the British Empire. The second blow to the British Empire came during World War II. While the British Empire's military fought valiantly alongside the Allies, the war left Britain financially and militarily weakened. The war effort had drained Britain's resources to the breaking point. Once again, the empire was forced to rely on colonies for soldiers and materials, but it was clear that the post-war world would be vastly different from the pre-war era. By the time the war ended in 1945, Britain was exhausted. Its once dominant position in global affairs was rapidly eroding, as the United States and the Soviet Union emerged as the two superpowers of the post-war order. The British economy was in shambles, and the imperial system could no longer be maintained. One of the most significant turning points came with the granting of independence to India in 1947. India's struggle for independence had been long and hard-fought, and after the war, the British could no longer justify holding on to such a massive territory. The Indian independence movement, led by figures such as Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, had gained overwhelming support not only within India but also globally. The British decision to partition India into two nations, India and Pakistan, marked the end of British colonial rule on the subcontinent, and was a harbinger of the larger decolonization movement that would sweep through the empire in the years to come. India's independence was a symbolic moment for the British Empire. It represented the collapse of the idea of an empire built on conquest and subjugation, and it marked the beginning of the end of British imperialism. The loss of India was a significant blow to Britain, as it had been the jewel in the crown of the empire. The British, now weakened economically and militarily, could no longer maintain control over their vast empire. The decolonization process. The post-war era was defined by a process of decolonization that saw many former British colonies gain independence. The pressure for decolonization came not only from within the colonies but also from the international community, which had grown increasingly critical of imperialism and colonial rule. In the wake of World War II, the United Nations was established, and one of its goals was to promote self-determination and the end of colonialism. The rise of the United States and the Soviet Union, both of which had anti-colonial rhetoric, further pressured Britain to relinquish its empire. In Africa, nationalist movements began to gain ground in the 1950s and 1960s. Countries such as Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria sought independence, and one by one they achieved it. Britain, recognizing the changing global realities, granted independence to many of its African colonies, often under pressure from both the local population and the international community. The process of decolonization was sometimes peaceful, but in many cases, it involved armed struggle and violent uprisings. In the Middle East, Britain's control over regions such as Palestine and Egypt also began to unravel. The Suez Crisis of 1956, in which Britain attempted to reassert control over the Suez Canal, was a humiliating defeat and demonstrated that Britain could no longer act unilaterally in the world. The United States and the Soviet Union both condemned Britain's actions, signaling the decline of British influence on the global stage. By the early 1960s, the British Empire had all but disappeared. Its final remnants included a few island colonies in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and some territories in Africa. The transition from empire to Commonwealth had been long and arduous, but it marked the final chapter in the history of the British Empire. Legacy of Empire and Reflection. The decline and fall of the British Empire was not simply a process of territorial loss. It was a moment of reckoning for Britain itself, as it came to terms with the consequences of centuries of imperial rule. The legacy of the British Empire is complex, marked by both cultural achievements and exploitation, economic development and resource extraction, and political institutions and oppression. In the post-imperial era, the legacy of the empire continues to shape the world. Former colonies, now independent nations, reflect on their colonial pasts and grapple with the consequences of centuries of imperial domination. Some former colonies have embraced their shared history with Britain, while others have sought to distance themselves from the imperial past. The Commonwealth of Nations, a voluntary association of former colonies, remains a testament to the enduring connections between Britain and its former empire. But for Britain, the end of the empire marked the beginning of a new era. No longer the center of a vast global network, Britain had to redefine its role in the world. The British Empire may have fallen, but its impact continues to influence global politics, economics, and culture, making its legacy one of both triumph and tragedy, with far-reaching implications that still resonate today. In the wake of the British Empire's decline, the world entered a new era, one that bore the marks of imperial influence but was also shaped by a rapidly changing global landscape. While the former British Empire dissolved, Britain's relationship with its former colonies did not disappear entirely. Instead, it evolved into a new political and economic framework, the Commonwealth of Nations. This organization, born out of the shifting tides of decolonization, symbolized the complex legacy of empire, both the benefits and the burdens. As Britain relinquished control over its colonies and granted them independence, many of these newly sovereign nations chose to remain connected to Britain in some way. The Commonwealth provided a diplomatic and cultural bond, offering a platform for cooperation between former colonies, now independent states, and their colonial metropole. But this relationship was never without controversy, as some saw the Commonwealth as a continuation of British influence, albeit in a more subtle form. Nonetheless, the Commonwealth represented a shift from imperial control to shared cooperation, as former colonies worked together to navigate the post-colonial world order. The emergence of the Commonwealth of Nations. The concept of the Commonwealth began to take shape in the early 20th century, although the precise framework was not fully realized until after World War II. The Commonwealth was not an empire, nor was it a formal political union, but rather a loose association of independent countries that had once been part of the British Empire. What united them was not colonial rule but a shared history, language, and in some cases, cultural ties to Britain. This association sought to promote peace, democracy, and cooperation among its members, with an emphasis on mutual respect for sovereignty and self-determination. India's independence in 1947 was a pivotal moment, setting a precedent for many other colonies to follow. As India became a republic and chose to remain part of the Commonwealth, it signaled a new direction for British imperial policy. Soon after, many other nations in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, having gained independence, decided to join the Commonwealth as well. Despite being a voluntary organization, the Commonwealth maintained a symbolic connection to Britain, with the British monarch serving as its head for many years. This established an informal but significant link between the former empire and its colonies. Over time, however, the role of the British monarch as head of the Commonwealth was challenged and transformed, especially as republicanism took hold in many member states, and countries like India, Sri Lanka, and later Zimbabwe opted to move away from the monarchy entirely. By the mid-20th century, the Commonwealth had transformed from a symbol of British power to an organization based on shared values. It became an arena for the promotion of democratic ideals, economic development, human rights, and cooperation on global issues. But despite this shift, the lingering effects of colonialism continued to shape the experiences of many Commonwealth countries. The tensions of post-colonial relations. While the Commonwealth offered a platform for cooperation, it also highlighted the tensions that existed between Britain and its former colonies. The empire, though formally gone, left behind deep scars in the form of economic dependency, racial hierarchies, and unequal political structures. For many former colonies, the process of decolonization was not simply about gaining political independence but also about dismantling the long-lasting effects of British rule. One of the most notable aspects of Britain's post-imperial legacy was the migration of people from former colonies to the metropole. The movement of people from the Caribbean, India, Pakistan, and parts of Africa to Britain in the mid-20th century marked the beginning of an era of multiculturalism. These waves of immigration, though shaped by economic opportunities, were also a result of historical ties to the British Empire. For many, moving to Britain was seen as a way of forging a better life, while for others, it was a reminder of the colonial past. However, this migration was not always met with open arms. Racism, xenophobia, and resentment about the loss of the empire led to tensions between immigrants and the native population. The Windrush generation, a group of Caribbean immigrants who arrived in Britain between 1948 and 1971, faced discrimination and were often treated as second-class citizens. Despite their contributions to Britain's post-war recovery, many immigrants struggled to gain full acceptance in British society. The political relationship between Britain and its former colonies was also complicated by the legacy of colonial rule. In many cases, Britain continued to wield influence through trade agreements, military alliances, and diplomatic relations. But the former colonies often found themselves navigating a new world order that was no longer defined by British power. In Africa, for example, many new nations found themselves caught between competing Cold War superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, while struggling to build independent economies and political systems. In some parts of the world, British influence was more direct and enduring. For example, in the case of the Falkland Islands in 1982, Britain went to war to maintain control over the islands, despite Argentina's claim to the territory. This conflict, often seen as a remnant of imperial attitudes, highlighted the continuing complexities of Britain's relationship with its overseas territories. Economic ties and the legacy of trade. The economic legacy of the British Empire was also multifaceted. While the empire had often been criticized for exploiting the resources of its colonies, it also established global trade networks that continue to shape international commerce today. The British Empire had facilitated the movement of goods, people, and ideas on an unprecedented scale, and its legacy in trade and finance remains visible in the modern global economy. The legacy of imperial trade, however, was not always beneficial to the colonies. Many post-colonial economies struggled to transition from colonial models of extraction and resource-based industries to more diversified and sustainable economies. In some cases, the legacies of inequality and underdevelopment persisted long after independence, with many former colonies continuing to grapple with the effects of the British-imposed economic systems. For Britain, the end of the empire did not mean the end of economic ties with its former colonies. The Commonwealth provided a network for trade, though this was not as strong as the economic links Britain had once enjoyed as the center of a vast imperial network. In the latter half of the 20th century, Britain increasingly relied on international trade and became more integrated into global markets. Its entry into the European Economic Community in 1973 marked a new phase in Britain's post-imperial economic identity, yet the legacy of imperial trade and its global connections were never entirely erased. The British Empire's cultural legacy. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the British Empire lies in its cultural impact. The spread of the English language, British legal systems, educational models, and cultural norms is still evident in many parts of the world. English has become a global lingua franca, spoken by millions as a first or second language. British literature, from the works of Shakespeare to the novels of Charles Dickens and George Orwell, continues to be influential, shaping not only English-speaking cultures but also global literary traditions. British institutions, such as parliamentary democracy and the rule of law, were exported across the empire, influencing political systems worldwide. While these institutions often reflected the British sense of superiority and control, they also contributed to the development of democratic governance and legal systems in many former colonies. The British cultural legacy also includes contributions to the fields of science, technology, and education. Figures such as Sir Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, and Albert Einstein, who spent a portion of his career in Britain, helped shape the modern world. British universities, including Oxford and Cambridge, have long been centers of intellectual thought, and their graduates have gone on to lead in various fields around the world. But cultural legacy is not a one-sided narrative. The British Empire also left a legacy of cultural imposition and forced assimilation. Many indigenous cultures, languages, and traditions were suppressed or marginalized during colonial rule. The effects of this cultural imperialism can still be seen today in the challenges faced by indigenous communities around the world, who continue to fight for the preservation of their languages, traditions, and identities. The enduring legacy of the British Empire. The British Empire, though officially gone, continues to be a force in the global consciousness. Its legacy is visible in politics, economics, culture, and even everyday life. For Britain, the loss of empire marked the end of an era, but the reverberations of its imperial past still shape the country's national identity and foreign policy. For the nations that were once part of the British Empire, the legacy is more complicated. While many countries have flourished since independence, others continue to struggle with the effects of colonialism. The decolonization process, though triumphant in many respects, left many former colonies with enduring challenges: political instability, economic underdevelopment, and social inequalities that they continue to address today. In the end, the British Empire's legacy is a multifaceted one, encompassing both achievements and failures, triumphs and tragedies. Its impact is still felt, and its story, complex and often contentious, continues to shape the world we live in. The British Empire may have faded into history, but its influence is anything but gone. The decline of the British Empire did not occur overnight, but rather as a series of seismic shifts, both within the empire itself and across the world. The process was drawn out over several decades, punctuated by moments of intense transformation and upheaval. The factors that contributed to the fall of the British Empire were many, some of them deep-seated, others the direct result of global events that altered the geopolitical landscape in ways that even the mightiest empire could not have foreseen. The aftermath of World War I. World War I, often referred to as the Great War, was a turning point for the British Empire. Although Britain emerged victorious, the cost of the war was staggering. The loss of life, the economic devastation, and the immense financial burdens placed on the nation signaled the beginning of the end of British imperial dominance. The war had shown the limits of British military power and exposed the vulnerabilities of the empire's far-flung territories. The British Empire was vast, covering nearly a quarter of the Earth's surface. But maintaining such an empire was no small feat. The global conflict had drained Britain's resources, leaving it financially crippled and militarily overstretched. In the years that followed the war, Britain found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over its colonies, especially as nationalist movements began to gather strength in places like India, Egypt, and Africa. The aftermath of the war also saw the emergence of new ideologies, most notably communism and fascism, which undermined the traditional power structures that had supported the empire. The Russian Revolution of 1917, for example, brought an end to the Tsarist regime and inspired revolutions in other parts of the world. In the Middle East and Africa, the rise of nationalist movements led by figures such as Mahatma Gandhi in India and Egyptian leaders like Saad Zaghloul began to demand more autonomy and independence from British rule. Moreover, The British Empire's involvement in the war had led to strained relations with many of its colonies. The soldiers from India, the Caribbean, Africa, and other parts of the empire had fought valiantly for the British cause, but when the war ended, many expected that their contributions would be rewarded with greater political freedoms and recognition. Instead, they were often met with resistance to their demands for self-rule. This dissatisfaction would lay the groundwork for the eventual rise of independence movements across the empire. The interwar period, economic strain and growing nationalism. In the years following World War I, Britain struggled to recover from the financial and social toll of the conflict. The economic difficulties of the 1920s, compounded by the Great Depression in the 1930s, led to a weakened national economy and a growing sense of disillusionment with the empire. The empire, once a source of immense wealth, had begun to feel more like a burden. The costs of maintaining such an expansive global network of colonies became increasingly unsustainable. The idea of empire, once rooted in the belief that Britain's colonial possessions were vital to its national interests, began to falter in the face of economic hardship. Moreover, the rise of independence movements in the colonies continued to challenge British authority, with nationalists demanding self-determination and the end of colonial rule. In India, the struggle for independence had reached a boiling point. The leadership of Mahatma Gandhi and the Indian National Congress, who had long advocated for peaceful civil disobedience and self-rule, gained increasing popularity. By the late 1930s, India had become one of the most significant challenges to British imperial control. The economic pressures of the interwar period, coupled with the growing demands for political change, revealed the contradictions at the heart of the British Empire. While Britain continued to boast of its power and global influence, the cracks in the imperial system were becoming more evident. The idea of empire, once seen as a source of national pride and economic prosperity, began to unravel in the face of rising nationalism and economic decline. World War II, a catalyst for decolonization. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 would prove to be the final catalyst for the dismantling of the British Empire. Much like World War I, the war placed enormous strain on Britain's economy, military, and political system. This time, however, the empire would be permanently altered by the conflict. During the war, Britain faced unprecedented challenges. The threat of Nazi Germany loomed over Europe, and Britain found itself fighting on multiple fronts. The military commitments required to defend the empire, coupled with the relentless bombing campaign by the Luftwaffe and the strain of the war effort, drained Britain's resources even further. The war also accelerated the process of decolonization. British colonies, once considered indispensable to the empire, were now seen as burdens rather than assets. The war effort had exposed the vulnerabilities of imperial control, and British leaders were forced to confront the fact that their hold on the empire was weakening. The war also led to the rise of global superpowers, chiefly the United States and the Soviet Union, that would shape the post-war order in ways that relegated the British Empire to a secondary position. The United States, emerging from the war as the world's leading superpower, played a crucial role in pressuring Britain to relinquish control over its colonies. American policymakers, inspired by the principles of self-determination and democracy, saw the colonial system as an outdated relic that was incompatible with the New World Order. The United States also had a direct interest in seeing Britain weaken, as it sought to expand its influence around the globe. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, under the leadership of Joseph Stalin, sought to spread communism worldwide, often supporting anti-imperialist movements in British colonies. The Soviet challenge to the British Empire was particularly potent in places like India, where the Communist Party had gained significant influence, and in the Middle East, where socialist movements were gaining traction. In the post-war period, the pressures from the United States, the Soviet Union, and growing nationalist movements within the colonies led to the accelerated decline of the British Empire. The period between 1945 and 1960 saw a wave of decolonization, as Britain granted independence to numerous colonies across Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean. India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, gained independence in 1947. The independence movement, led by Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, had gained unstoppable momentum, and the British government, weakened by the war, finally conceded to the demands for self-rule. India's independence marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire, as other colonies followed suit in the years that followed. The Suez Crisis, a symbol of decline. The Suez Crisis of 1956 is often seen as the moment when the British Empire's waning influence became painfully clear. The crisis was triggered by the nationalization of the Suez Canal by Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser, a move that threatened Britain's access to vital trade routes and oil supplies. Britain, along with France and Israel, launched a military intervention to seize control of the canal. However, the intervention was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States, which, under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, strongly opposed British military action. The United States pressured Britain to withdraw, highlighting the declining influence of the empire on the global stage. The Suez Crisis revealed that Britain could no longer act unilaterally in the world's geopolitics, and it exposed the limits of British power. It also marked the end of Britain's role as a global superpower, as the United States and the Soviet Union now dominated the post-war order. The crisis was a pivotal moment in the decline of the British Empire, symbolizing its diminished stature and its inability to maintain control over its former colonies. The final stages of decolonization. After World War II, Britain's empire rapidly disintegrated, as one by one, its former colonies gained independence. By the 1960s, the process of decolonization had largely been completed, and Britain's empire was reduced to a collection of smaller territories, such as Gibraltar, Bermuda, and the Falkland Islands. The final dissolution of the British Empire marked the end of an era in which Britain had been the preeminent global power. The loss of empire, while painful for many, also marked the beginning of a new chapter for the nations that had once been colonized. These newly independent countries began to forge their own destinies, free from British rule, though they still faced many challenges as they navigated their post-colonial futures. The British Empire may have faded from existence, but its legacy is still felt around the world. Its cultural, political, and economic influence continues to shape the global landscape, and the lessons of empire, both the triumphs and the tragedies, remain a part of the collective memory of both Britain and its former colonies. The story of the British Empire is one of power, expansion, resistance, and ultimately, transformation, a story that continues to reverberate in the modern world. As the British Empire faded into history, the question of its legacy became one of great importance. The empire's influence, once so dominant, had left an indelible mark on the world, shaping nations, cultures, and economies in profound ways. The legacy of the British Empire is a complex one, filled with both moments of pride and deep shame, of progress and suffering, and of lasting change and enduring challenges. The empire, which spanned continents and oceans, created a global network of trade, communication, and cultural exchange. It spread English language and British institutions to every corner of the globe, establishing the foundations for a new world order. But it also imposed colonial rule on vast populations, often with harsh consequences for those who lived under British control. The spread of British institutions. One of the most enduring legacies of the British Empire is the widespread adoption of British institutions, legal systems, and parliamentary practices. Many of the countries that were once part of the empire, particularly those in the Commonwealth, continue to operate under legal systems based on English common law. The British model of parliamentary democracy, with its emphasis on representative government and rule of law, became a template for the political systems of former colonies. In countries like Canada, Australia, and India, the British influence is still evident in their political structures. English remains the official language in many countries, and the English common law system is the foundation of their judicial systems. These countries also share a strong cultural affinity, including the use of British-style education systems and sporting traditions, from cricket to rugby, which were introduced during the colonial era. For better or for worse, British colonial rules shaped the development of these nations, influencing everything from their legal codes to their educational curricula. Many of these countries, while independent, still retain close political, economic, and cultural ties with Britain, reflecting the deep connection forged during the imperial period. However, the spread of British institutions was not always a force for progress. In many cases, colonial rule meant the imposition of foreign systems of government that ignored or undermined indigenous political structures and cultural practices. The British often disregarded local customs and traditions in favor of their own systems, leading to tensions and, in some cases, the suppression of indigenous cultures. Economic and trade networks. The British Empire's economic impact is another important part of its legacy. At its height, the empire controlled vast resources and established a global network of trade routes. The British introduced modern transportation systems, including railways and ports, to facilitate the movement of goods and people across its colonies. This system of trade helped fuel the Industrial Revolution in Britain, creating vast wealth and economic dominance. The British Empire also played a significant role in shaping the global economy. It established the foundations of global capitalism, with Britain at the center of a network of trade that spanned continents. The empire's dominance in shipping, banking, and trade allowed Britain to become the world's economic powerhouse during the 19th century. Yet, the economic benefits of the British Empire were not evenly distributed. The wealth generated by empire was largely concentrated in Britain, while many colonies were left impoverished, their natural resources exploited for the benefit of the mother country. In places like India, the exploitation of resources, including the extraction of raw materials and agricultural products, left a lasting legacy of economic underdevelopment. Moreover, the forced labor systems that existed in some colonies, such as in the Caribbean and parts of Africa, created enduring economic and social inequalities that have persisted long after independence. The legacy of colonial exploitation continues to shape the economic landscapes of former colonies, where wealth disparities and poverty remain widespread. Cultural exchange and the English language. One of the most lasting legacies of the British Empire is the global spread of the English language. Today, English is spoken by over 1 billion people around the world, and it serves as a global lingua franca, facilitating communication between people of different languages and cultures. This widespread use of English can be traced directly to British colonialism, as the Empire established English as the language of administration, education, and trade in many of its colonies. The influence of English extends beyond language to literature, film, music, and other aspects of culture. British literature, from Shakespeare to Dickens to modern authors like J.K. Rowling, has had a profound impact on global culture. British cultural exports, including music genres such as rock and pop, have also shaped the cultural landscape worldwide. At the same time, the British Empire also served as a conduit for cultural exchange. British colonial officials, missionaries, and traders brought elements of European culture to the far reaches of the empire, while also being exposed to the art, traditions, and customs of the colonized peoples. This exchange led to the creation of hybrid cultures, where British traditions merged with local practices to form unique cultural identities. However, this cultural exchange was not always reciprocal. In many cases, British colonial authorities viewed their culture as superior to that of the colonized peoples, leading to the suppression of indigenous languages, religions, and customs. In some parts of the empire, particularly in Africa and Asia, traditional practices were viewed as primitive or barbaric, and efforts were made to civilize the local populations through education and missionary work. The legacy of these efforts is a complex one, as many former colonies have struggled to reclaim and revitalize their indigenous cultures and languages after independence. The struggle for independence. The most visible and impactful legacy of the British Empire is the struggle for independence that unfolded in the 20th century. As colonial subjects grew increasingly dissatisfied with British rule, movements for self-determination gained momentum. Across Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and the Middle East, nationalist leaders rose up to challenge British authority, often facing brutal repression in the process. In India, the non-violent resistance led by Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru eventually led to the country's independence in 1947, marking a significant blow to the British Empire. India's independence inspired other colonies to demand their freedom, and within a few decades, the empire began to crumble as nations across the world broke free from British rule. In Africa, countries like Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria fought for their independence, often with the help of revolutionary leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and Nnamdi Azikiwe. The British response was often harsh, with military force used to suppress uprisings, but the winds of change were unstoppable. By the 1960s, much of Africa had gained independence, and Britain's empire had shrunk significantly. The British response to decolonization was not uniform, and in some cases, it was deeply reluctant. The loss of empire was painful for many in Britain, and it required a dramatic reassessment of Britain's role in the world. The empire had shaped Britain's identity for centuries, and its decline forced the nation to confront its place in a post-imperial world. The Commonwealth and modern ties. In the years following decolonization, the former British colonies formed a new kind of relationship with Britain through the Commonwealth of Nations. The Commonwealth is a voluntary association of 56 member states, most of which were former British colonies or dependencies. The Commonwealth promotes cooperation, trade, and cultural exchange among its members, though it is not a political union like the European Union. The legacy of the British Empire continues to be felt in the Commonwealth, where ties of culture, language, and trade persist. English remains a dominant language in many of the Commonwealth countries, and the British monarchy serves as a symbolic figurehead in countries like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. The legacy of British imperialism, while often a source of tension and debate, also fosters a unique bond among nations that were once connected by colonial rule. Yet the legacy of the British Empire is not without its challenges. Former colonies often grapple with the social, political, and economic consequences of colonialism, including divisions within societies, economic dependency, and struggles for identity. The wounds of colonialism have not fully healed, and the scars left by imperial rule continue to affect many nations today. Conclusion. The British Empire may no longer exist in the same form as it once did, but its legacy remains deeply embedded in the modern world. From the spread of English to the political and economic systems established by British rule, the empire's impact is still felt across the globe. While many celebrate the positive aspects of this legacy, such as the spread of education, infrastructure, and democratic ideals, others remember the darker side of empire, the exploitation, the suppression of indigenous cultures, and the lasting inequalities that continue to shape the post-colonial world. The British Empire's legacy is a reminder of the complexities of history and the long-lasting effects of imperialism. It serves as both a testament to human achievement and a cautionary tale of the dangers of unchecked power. The story of the British Empire is far from over. It continues to influence global politics, culture, and identity in ways that shape the world we live in today. The decline of the British Empire was neither a sudden nor a singular event. It was a slow unraveling that spanned several decades, driven by both internal and external factors. At its zenith, the empire was the largest in history, but by the mid-20th century, its global dominance was in serious jeopardy. The wars, changing global dynamics, the rise of nationalism in colonies, and the economic burdens of maintaining such an expansive empire all played crucial roles in its disintegration. This scene will examine the causes behind the empire's decline and how its eventual dissolution reshaped the world. The impact of World War II. World War II was a pivotal moment for the British Empire. Though Britain emerged victorious from the war, the cost was catastrophic. The war drained Britain's economy, leading to a massive national debt and the depletion of the resources needed to maintain the empire. The financial burden of supporting colonies around the world became increasingly unsustainable. During the war, many of Britain's colonies had contributed troops, resources, and money to the British war effort. Some, like India, had provided significant support, while others were forced to provide raw materials that were crucial for Britain's survival. Despite this, the wartime experience also brought about a new sense of political awakening and unity among colonized peoples. They had fought alongside the British and expected their sacrifices to be recognized with the promise of greater self-rule, or even independence. In addition, The war had dramatically shifted the balance of global power. The United States and the Soviet Union emerged as superpowers, and the influence of European powers, including Britain, began to wane. Britain could no longer afford to maintain control over its colonies, and the economic, political, and military realities of the post-war world made empire building increasingly untenable. The rise of nationalism. By the mid-20th century, nationalist movements had gained significant momentum across the British Empire. The desire for independence was no longer a fringe idea. It had become a widespread and powerful movement across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The British Empire's grip on its colonies began to loosen as nationalist leaders, many of whom had been inspired by the ideals of self-determination and independence, rallied for autonomy. One of the most significant movements was in India, the jewel of the British Empire. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, advocating for nonviolent resistance, led the Indian independence movement to victory in 1947. After nearly 200 years of British rule, India gained its independence, setting a precedent for other colonies to follow. India's independence, however, was marred by violence and division, with the partition of the country into India and Pakistan causing widespread suffering. In Africa, the winds of nationalism also began to blow with increasing force. Countries like Ghana, formerly the Gold Coast, led the charge, with Kwame Nkrumah becoming the first prime minister in 1957 after successfully leading the country to independence. The wave of independence soon swept across much of the continent, as countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and Egypt followed suit. While these movements were often nonviolent, they were not without resistance. The British frequently attempted to suppress nationalist uprisings, leading to violent confrontations. In Kenya, the Mau Mau uprising from 1952 to 1960 was a brutal struggle against British colonial rule, which left deep scars in both the British and Kenyan collective memories. In the Middle East, the British Empire's control over Palestine and Iraq became increasingly untenable as nationalist movements grew stronger. The partition of Palestine and the subsequent creation of the State of Israel in 1948 further complicated Britain's position in the region, leading to a retreat from its imperial ambitions in the area. The Suez Crisis and the end of imperial prestige. One of the most symbolic events of the British Empire's decline was the Suez Crisis of 1956. Following Egypt's nationalization of the Suez Canal, a key waterway that was of immense strategic importance to Britain and its imperial interests, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention to overthrow Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser and regain control over the canal. However, the military campaign was a disaster for Britain. The United States, under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, refused to support the British and pressured them to halt their military actions. The United Nations condemned the invasion, and British forces were forced to withdraw. The Suez Crisis highlighted Britain's diminishing global influence, and revealed to the world that the United Kingdom could no longer act unilaterally on the world stage without the support of the United States or other international powers. The crisis marked the end of Britain's position as one of the world's dominant superpowers. For many, it symbolized the realization that the age of empire was over. The British Empire could no longer enforce its will through military might or economic pressure, and its credibility as a global leader was irrevocably damaged. Decolonization and the end of the empire. The 1960s and 1970s saw the final stages of decolonization, as many former British colonies gained independence. The process was not always smooth or peaceful, but it was clear that the empire was no longer a viable institution. The British government, under successive prime ministers, began to shift its focus from maintaining its empire to managing relations with the newly independent nations. Countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda gained their independence in the 1960s, marking the end of British rule in most African territories. In the Caribbean, former colonies like Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago became independent in the early years of the decade. Meanwhile, in Asia, the British continued to relinquish their colonial holdings. In 1961, the British colony of South Africa became a republic and withdrew from the Commonwealth, while the remaining territories in Southeast Asia, such as Malaya, now part of Malaysia, also gained independence. The last major territories to gain independence from Britain were in Africa. Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, declared independence unilaterally in 1965, but it wasn't until 1980 that it became an internationally recognized independent nation under black majority rule, ending British colonial rule. The island of Hong Kong, Britain's last significant possession in Asia, was handed over to China in 1997, marking the formal end of the British Empire. The Commonwealth and a new world order. While the British Empire as a political entity had dissolved, the Commonwealth of Nations emerged as an important international organization that sought to preserve the relationships between Britain and its former colonies. The Commonwealth, which began as a way to maintain a loose association of independent nations, now includes more than 50 countries, many of which were once British colonies. The Commonwealth's role today is largely symbolic, fostering cooperation among its members on issues such as trade, education, and human rights. However, the ties forged during the imperial era have remained strong, with many former colonies continuing to have close political, economic, and cultural relationships with Britain. Queen Elizabeth II, the symbolic head of the Commonwealth, played a central role in maintaining these bonds through regular visits and diplomatic engagement. The dissolution of the British Empire reshaped the political and cultural landscape of the 20th century. It led to the rise of new national identities and the creation of new global alliances. The British Empire's collapse marked the end of one world order and the beginning of another, one in which the United States and the Soviet Union would dominate the geopolitical stage. Conclusion. The decline and dissolution of the British Empire was the result of a combination of economic pressures, global shifts in power, and the rise of nationalism in the colonies. The empire, which had once stretched from the Americas to Asia, collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. As Britain retreated from its imperial ambitions, former colonies emerged as independent nations, each with its own challenges and aspirations. The British Empire's fall was not merely a political event, it reshaped the entire global order. The dissolution of the empire marked the end of European colonialism and the start of a new era of self-determination for many nations. While the empire is no more, its legacy endures in the language, institutions, and relationships that continue to shape the world today. The story of its decline is a reminder of the impermanence of power, the complexities of empire, and the enduring struggle for freedom and independence. The decline and eventual dissolution of the British Empire marked the end of one of the most expansive and enduring imperial projects in history. But even as the sun set on the empire, its influence remained deeply embedded in the cultural, political, and economic fabric of many nations. While the empire is no longer a dominant political force, its legacy continues to shape the world in ways both visible and invisible. In this scene, we explore the enduring effects of the British Empire and how its past continues to influence contemporary global dynamics. Cultural influence, the global reach of the English language. One of the most enduring legacies of the British Empire is the widespread use of the English language. As the British Empire expanded across the globe, it spread its language far and wide, laying the foundations for English to become the lingua franca of international business, diplomacy, science, and culture. Today, English is the most widely spoken second language in the world, and it remains the primary language of global communication. The English language's dominance in international institutions, such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and the International Monetary Fund, reflects its continued significance on the world stage. Moreover, the rise of the Internet and the dominance of English-language media, television, movies, books, and social media, has further cemented the language's global reach. The legacy of English is particularly evident in countries that were once part of the British Empire. In places like India, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Kenya, English continues to serve as a primary language of education, government, and business. While these countries have maintained their own languages and cultures, English acts as a unifying medium that bridges regional and ethnic divisions, making it an essential tool for communication and commerce. Political institutions and legal systems. Another key legacy of the British Empire is the political and legal systems that were established in its former colonies. Many countries that gained independence from Britain retained British-style parliamentary systems, legal frameworks, and governance structures. These systems, based on British common law, have had a profound impact on the way governance is conducted in former colonies. In countries such as India, Canada, Australia, and South Africa, the Westminster parliamentary system remains the foundation of political life. The separation of powers, the role of the judiciary, the structure of political parties, and the concept of constitutional monarchy, these principles were inherited from British governance. Common law, the foundation of many legal systems around the world, also traces its roots back to Britain. The principles of precedent, where previous court decisions influence future rulings, and the importance of an impartial judiciary were established in Britain and continue to shape legal systems in many countries today. In some cases, the influence of the British legal system has been adapted to fit local circumstances. For instance, while India adopted the common law system, it also incorporated elements of its indigenous legal traditions. Nevertheless, the underlying influence of British legal principles remains. Economic legacy, trade, commerce, and global networks. The British Empire played a crucial role in shaping the modern global economy. At its peak, the empire controlled vast networks of trade that spanned the globe. The British established important trade routes, introduced new agricultural products, and developed global markets that connected far-flung regions of the world. The legacy of these economic connections is still evident today. Many former colonies, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, continue to maintain trade relationships with Britain. The Commonwealth, though no longer an empire, remains a significant forum for economic cooperation, with many former colonies participating in multilateral trade agreements and partnerships. The Commonwealth Trade and Investment Forum, for instance, continues to promote trade between Britain and the nations of the Commonwealth. In addition, British investment played a significant role in the development of infrastructure in many colonies. Railways, roads, ports, and communication systems were often built to facilitate trade with the British Isles. These infrastructure projects laid the foundation for the economic development of many former colonies, though they also had the side effect of benefiting British economic interests. However, the economic legacy of the British Empire is not without its criticisms. The exploitation of colonial resources, including the extraction of raw materials and the use of forced labor, left many former colonies with economies that were heavily dependent on a few industries. The consequences of this economic exploitation continue to affect many post-colonial nations, as they struggle with underdevelopment and the challenges of diversification in their economies. Cultural and social effects, identity and nationalism. The cultural and social legacies of the British Empire are complex and multifaceted. On one hand, British colonial rule introduced European cultural, educational, and social norms to many parts of the world. This included the spread of Western ideas on governance, human rights, and the rule of law. British-style education systems were established in many colonies, and for generations, the children of elites in these colonies were educated in British schools and universities. Yet, these same systems often served to undermine indigenous cultures, languages, and traditions. The imposition of European cultural norms frequently led to the marginalization of local customs, languages, and belief systems. In some cases, colonial rulers actively discouraged the use of indigenous languages, seeing them as obstacles to the spread of European civilization. The introduction of Christianity further eroded traditional religions and spiritual practices. The complex relationship between colonizer and colonized also gave rise to questions of identity that persist today. In many former colonies, the legacy of British imperialism has created a sense of ambivalence toward both colonial heritage and native traditions. Post-colonial nations often grapple with their colonial past, trying to find a balance between embracing modernization and reclaiming their indigenous identities. One of the most profound legacies of British colonialism is the rise of nationalism. The desire for independence from British rule was a driving force behind many national liberation movements. Figures like Mahatma Gandhi, Jomo Kenyatta, and Kwame Nkrumah are remembered not only as leaders in their countries but also as champions of the broader struggle for self-determination in the face of imperialism. While the British Empire has long since disbanded, the impact of its colonial rule is still felt today. In many cases, the borders drawn by the British remain intact, shaping the national identities of many post-colonial states. Ethnic and religious divisions that were exacerbated by colonial rule continue to influence the politics of many former colonies, leading to conflicts that are still unresolved in some regions. The Commonwealth, a new era of cooperation and challenges. While the British Empire may have dissolved, the Commonwealth of Nations continues to serve as a significant reminder of Britain's historical ties with its former colonies. The Commonwealth, a voluntary association of 56 independent countries, includes many of the nations that were once part of the British Empire. Today, the Commonwealth is focused on promoting peace, democracy, human rights, and economic development. However, the modern Commonwealth is not without its challenges. The influence of the United Kingdom within the organization is waning, and the growing political, economic, and cultural independence of its members has led to a more fragmented and diverse group. Many countries in the Commonwealth, such as India and Canada, have outgrown their historical connections with Britain, while others, like Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka, have left the organization altogether. Despite these challenges, the Commonwealth remains an important symbol of the British Empire's legacy, as well as a platform for cooperation between former colonies. The role of the British monarchy, once the symbol of imperial unity, continues to play a ceremonial role within the Commonwealth, with Queen Elizabeth II, and now King Charles III, serving as its symbolic head. However, as the Commonwealth evolves, it reflects the changing dynamics between the former colonial power and its independent members. Conclusion: the British Empire's enduring footprint. The British Empire is long gone, but its legacy is still felt in many aspects of global society. From language to governance, from trade to cultural exchange, the Empire's influence has been woven into the fabric of the modern world. While the Empire left behind a legacy of exploitation, conflict, and inequality, it also fostered an interconnected world that continues to shape the global order today. The legacy of the British Empire is a testament to both the triumphs and the tragedies of imperialism. It serves as a reminder of the complexities of colonial history and the long-lasting effects of imperial rule on the modern world. While the empire may have faded, its story, and the lessons it teaches, will resonate for generations to come. The British Empire may no longer be in control, but its legacy continues to shape the world in ways both seen and unseen. As the 20th century unfolded, the British Empire, once the largest and most powerful imperial entity in the world, began to experience an unprecedented decline. The forces of nationalism, global conflict, and changing economic realities brought about the dismantling of the empire. By the mid-20th century, the sun, which had long been said to never set on the British Empire, was beginning to set on its imperial dominion. The fall of the British Empire was not the result of a single event but a complex process driven by numerous interrelated factors. In this scene, we will explore the key events and dynamics that led to the decline and eventual disintegration of the British Empire. World War I, the beginning of the end. The outbreak of World War I in 1914 marked the first major turning point in the British Empire's decline. Britain entered the war as one of the world's dominant powers, but the devastating impact of the conflict on both Britain and its colonies would begin a slow but irreversible process of change. The war itself strained British resources, both economically and militarily, as it involved costly campaigns across Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. While the British Empire emerged from World War I victorious, the war exposed the empire's vulnerabilities. The cost of the war, in terms of both lives and treasure, left Britain financially weakened and politically unstable. The British economy, once the envy of the world, was deeply indebted to the United States, its former colony, which had risen to become an economic powerhouse during and after the war. This economic strain weakened Britain's ability to maintain its global influence and imperial holdings. In addition, the war led to widespread unrest in many parts of the empire. Colonies that had provided troops and resources to support the British war effort began to demand more political rights, self-government, and autonomy. The sacrifices made by colonial subjects during the war, many of whom were promised increased political freedoms in exchange for their loyalty, gave rise to new expectations of governance and sovereignty. Nationalist movements began to gain momentum, particularly in India, Egypt, and parts of Africa, where calls for self-determination grew louder. The interwar years, economic strain and rising nationalism. The period between the world wars was marked by economic difficulties for Britain. The Great Depression of the 1930s hit the British economy hard, and the cost of maintaining an empire became increasingly unsustainable. Britain's global trade networks, once the backbone of the empire's economic might, were disrupted, and its industrial base suffered. In the face of mounting economic challenges, the British government began to question the viability of its vast colonial holdings. Simultaneously, nationalist movements across the empire gained strength. In India, Mahatma Gandhi's campaign for independence continued to gather momentum, with mass protests, boycotts, and civil disobedience challenging British rule. In Egypt, the nationalist Wafd Party pushed for greater self-government, while in Ireland, the struggle for independence culminated in the Irish War of Independence, leading to the eventual establishment of the Irish Free State in 1922. In Africa, the interwar years saw the rise of political movements advocating for the end of British colonialism, notably in countries like Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria. As the empire's economic power waned and nationalist movements gained momentum, Britain found itself increasingly unable to maintain control over its colonies. The idea of empire itself was increasingly questioned, both within Britain and in its far-flung territories. While the British government still clung to the belief in its imperial mission, it became clear that the empire was no longer the dominant force it once had been. World War II, the final blow. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 marked the final chapter in the story of the British Empire's decline. While Britain was again able to galvanize its empire in support of the war effort, the toll of the conflict was far greater than it had been during World War I. The war took a tremendous physical and financial toll on Britain, and by the time the conflict ended in 1945, the British Empire was irrevocably changed. The war severely weakened Britain's global position. The cost of the conflict, both in terms of lost lives and economic destruction, left Britain financially exhausted. The war also exposed the growing limitations of British military power. Britain's ability to maintain a large empire through force was compromised by the war's aftermath, as the resources required for imperial defense became increasingly scarce. In the wake of World War II, British imperial authority faced a critical challenge from the newly established superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. The United States, which had emerged from the war as the world's preeminent economic and military power, was now the dominant player in global geopolitics. The British Empire, once the world's most powerful empire, was no longer in a position to assert its influence on the world stage in the same way. Moreover, the Soviet Union's rise to power and the beginning of the Cold War further complicated Britain's position. As the world's two superpowers competed for global influence, the British Empire became increasingly irrelevant in the face of this new bipolar world order. Decolonization, the end of empire. The immediate post-war years saw the beginning of a rapid process of decolonization. Britain, facing economic decline and political pressure at home, found it increasingly difficult to maintain its vast colonial empire. The process of decolonization began in earnest with the independence of India in 1947, the largest and most populous British colony. India's independence was a landmark moment in the decline of the British Empire. The British had ruled India for nearly 2 centuries, and its loss was a devastating blow to British prestige. India's independence also had a domino effect on the rest of the empire. In the years following India's independence, a wave of decolonization swept across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean. Former colonies, once subjects of British imperial rule, began to demand their own independence, and Britain, weakened by war and economic hardship, could no longer resist these demands. In Africa, many former British colonies gained independence in the 1950s and 1960s, including Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria. The Caribbean saw the gradual independence of colonies like Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados. The process of decolonization was not always peaceful, and there were numerous instances of violence and political upheaval during this period. The Suez Crisis of 1956, in which Britain and France attempted to seize control of the Suez Canal from Egypt, marked the last gasp of British imperial ambition and demonstrated to the world that Britain was no longer capable of exerting military and political influence on the same scale it once had. By the early 1960s, most of Britain's colonies had gained independence, and the British Empire, as it had once been known, was no more. The formal dismantling of the empire was completed with the independence of Hong Kong in 1997, marking the final end of British colonial rule. The legacy of the British Empire. The decline and fall of the British Empire left a complex and lasting legacy that continues to shape the world today. Former British colonies, while now independent nations, are still connected by the historical, cultural, and political ties that were forged during the imperial period. In some ways, the British Empire's legacy is a double-edged sword. While it brought many advances in infrastructure, education, and legal systems to its colonies, it also left a legacy of exploitation, racial inequality, and economic dependency. The long-term effects of British imperialism are still felt in the former colonies, where the scars of colonial rule, whether in the form of ethnic tensions, economic imbalances, or political instability, are still evident. Yet, despite the empire's fall, the cultural, economic, and political connections forged during the imperial era continue to shape the modern world. The Commonwealth of Nations, an organization of 56 member states, many of which were former British colonies, remains an important symbol of Britain's historical ties to its former empire. The Commonwealth, while no longer a political entity, serves as a platform for cooperation, trade, and cultural exchange between nations that were once part of the empire. In conclusion, the decline and fall of the British Empire were the result of a confluence of factors: economic strain, the rise of nationalist movements, the devastation of two world wars, and the changing dynamics of global geopolitics. The British Empire, which once ruled over vast swaths of the globe, ultimately crumbled under the weight of its own contradictions. Yet, despite its decline, the legacy of the British Empire endures in the global systems of governance, culture, language, and trade that still shape the modern world. As the sun finally set on the British Empire, it left behind a profound and lasting legacy that would continue to shape the world long after the formal end of imperial rule. The story of the empire's decline is one of political transformation and military retreat, but its cultural and economic legacy is far more enduring. Even as the British Empire dissolved, the systems, institutions, and ideas it spread around the globe remained powerful forces in the post-imperial world. In this scene, we will explore the lasting impact of the British Empire on global culture, economics, and politics. The spread of the English language. One of the most significant legacies of the British Empire was the global spread of the English language. English had become the language of trade, diplomacy, science, and governance during the height of the British Empire, and it continues to serve as a lingua franca in many regions today. From India to Nigeria, from Canada to Australia, English became the official language of many former colonies, and its influence has extended well beyond the borders of the British Empire. In many countries, English is spoken as a second language, and its use in global business and technology has made it the most widely spoken language in the world. In the 21st century, English remains the dominant language in global media, academia, and international diplomacy. The rise of global companies like Google, Microsoft, and Facebook, as well as the dominance of Hollywood in film, has reinforced the global importance of English. For many people around the world, English proficiency is seen as an essential skill for economic advancement and social mobility. The spread of English, however, is not without controversy. In many former British colonies, the imposition of English led to the erosion of indigenous languages and cultures. In some places, English became a symbol of colonial domination, and post-independence movements sought to reclaim native languages and traditions as part of their struggle for cultural identity. Still, the ubiquity of English across the globe, in commerce, media, and education, is an undeniable legacy of the British Empire. The rule of law and legal systems. Another important aspect of the British Empire's legacy is the introduction of British legal principles, which became the foundation of legal systems in many former colonies. The British legal tradition, based on common law, focused on the principles of justice, fairness, and individual rights. It laid the groundwork for the establishment of legal institutions that many countries still use today. The British Empire's legal system helped to shape the rule of law in a way that emphasized the importance of judicial independence and the protection of private property. In many former colonies, British-trained lawyers and judges helped establish courts that would uphold these principles, even after independence. Many former British colonies, including India, Canada, and Australia, continue to operate under legal systems based on British common law, with some adopting local modifications suited to their specific contexts. The British emphasis on the rule of law also had a lasting impact on global governance. International organizations like the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, which were founded after the collapse of European colonial empires, often draw upon legal principles rooted in British common law when making decisions on trade disputes, human rights issues, and international law. The legal framework for dealing with global challenges, from human rights to environmental issues, often carries the imprint of British legal traditions. However, the introduction of the British legal system was not without its drawbacks. In many colonies, it was used to consolidate British authority and suppress indigenous practices. In some cases, colonial law was implemented to exploit local populations and control land and resources. In post-colonial societies, efforts to reform the legal system have sometimes been necessary to reconcile traditional justice systems with the inherited British framework. Economic and industrial legacy. The British Empire's influence on the global economy cannot be overstated. At its peak, Britain controlled vast territories that provided raw materials, labor, and markets for British industry. The British Empire was the engine of the Industrial Revolution, a period of profound technological and economic transformation that reshaped the world. The British introduced modern infrastructure, including railways, roads, ports, and communication systems, to their colonies. These innovations facilitated the extraction and transport of raw materials from colonies to Britain, where they were processed into finished goods. The empire also established international trade networks that spanned the globe, linking colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Americas to British manufacturers and markets. The economic legacy of the British Empire is particularly evident in the global trade networks that continue to exist today. Former British colonies continue to benefit from established trade relationships and infrastructural networks. The economic ties between Britain and its former colonies remain strong, particularly in regions like the Caribbean, Africa, and South Asia. However, the economic benefits of empire were not evenly distributed. While Britain became the wealthiest nation in the world during the 19th century, many of its colonies were exploited for their resources and labor, often leaving them impoverished. The legacy of economic inequality that resulted from imperial exploitation continues to affect many former colonies today, where wealth disparities and economic underdevelopment remain pressing issues. Cultural influence and the arts. The British Empire also had a profound impact on global culture. Through its control of vast territories, Britain exported its language, literature, arts, and education systems. British literature, including the works of Shakespeare, Dickens, and Kipling, became widely read and admired around the world. British educational institutions, such as Oxford and Cambridge, attracted students from all over the empire and beyond, establishing a tradition of higher learning that continues to be influential. The British Empire also played a role in shaping the global arts scene. British artists, writers, and intellectuals traveled to the colonies, often drawing inspiration from the cultures they encountered. At the same time, colonial subjects brought their own artistic traditions to Britain, influencing British art and culture in return. This exchange of ideas and culture helped to create a global artistic dialogue that transcended national boundaries. One of the most significant cultural legacies of the British Empire is the sport of cricket. Originating in England, cricket was introduced to many British colonies and remains one of the most popular sports in countries like India, Pakistan, Australia, and the West Indies. The British also spread other sports like football, soccer, rugby, and field hockey, which have since become global sports with passionate followings. Despite the cultural exchange that took place within the empire, it is important to recognize the complex and often troubling legacy of imperialism in the arts. British colonial rule often imposed its culture on indigenous peoples, marginalizing local traditions, languages, and art forms. In post-colonial societies, the struggle to reclaim indigenous cultural practices and preserve local languages and traditions has been an important aspect of the fight for national identity and self-determination. The political legacy of the British Empire. Politically, the British Empire left behind a lasting legacy of governance structures, parliamentary systems, and constitutional frameworks. Many former colonies adopted democratic forms of government based on the British model, with a system of representative democracy, a constitution, and a legal framework for the protection of individual rights. Countries like India, Canada, Australia, and South Africa continue to follow parliamentary systems of government that reflect British political ideals. However, the British Empire's political legacy is also marked by contradictions. While Britain promoted the idea of democracy and governance based on the rule of law, it often denied these very principles to the people of its colonies. Colonized populations had limited or no political representation and were often subjected to repressive governance. Post-colonial nations have faced challenges in transitioning from colonial rule to independent governance, and many have struggled with political instability, corruption, and governance issues. The British Empire also left behind a complex legacy of political boundaries, many of which were arbitrarily drawn and often disregarded ethnic, tribal, or cultural divisions. The borders of many African and Middle Eastern countries, for example, were drawn without regard for the local populations, leading to ongoing ethnic conflicts and political struggles in the post-colonial period. Conclusion. The British Empire's cultural and economic legacy is undeniable, influencing everything from language and legal systems to global trade and political institutions. While the empire is often remembered for its exploitation and the suffering it caused, it is also remembered for the lasting contributions it made to global culture, governance, and economics. In many ways, the British Empire helped shape the modern world, leaving behind a complex and multifaceted legacy that continues to evolve in the 21st century. As former colonies have navigated the challenges of independence, they have often had to reconcile the legacies of imperialism with their own identities and aspirations. The history of the British Empire, with all its triumphs and tragedies, remains a crucial chapter in the story of global history, and its legacy will continue to influence the course of human events for generations to come. The British Empire, once the most powerful empire the world had ever known, began to show signs of decline in the early 20th century. The forces of change, both internal and external, led to the gradual dismantling of the empire, culminating in the mid-20th century with the end of imperial rule across much of the globe. This scene will explore the factors that led to the decline and eventual collapse of the British Empire, examining the key events, political shifts, and global changes that brought an end to the empire's domination. World War I and its aftermath. The First World War, 1914 to 1918, was a watershed moment for the British Empire. The war had a profound impact on Britain and its colonies, placing immense strain on the empire's resources and military. The British government relied heavily on its colonial troops, who fought on battlefields across Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The war effort also required significant financial expenditures, leading Britain to accumulate a massive national debt. While Britain emerged victorious from the war, the costs of the conflict were staggering. The empire's finances were severely weakened, and the social fabric of Britain itself was torn by the human cost of the war. The death toll in the British Empire was high, and many soldiers from the colonies returned to their homes, disillusioned by the promises of empire and less willing to accept the subjugation of their peoples. The post-war period saw the emergence of new political ideologies and movements in many parts of the world. Nationalism, which had long simmered under the surface, gained momentum in many colonies, where indigenous populations began to demand greater self-determination. The idea of empire, which had once been seen as a noble mission, was increasingly questioned as many in the colonies began to seek independence. In Britain, the effects of the war also gave rise to political movements that would alter the course of history. The Labour Party gained power, and there was a growing demand for social reform and economic justice. The British public, weary from the horrors of war and economic hardship, began to question the merits of maintaining such a vast empire. The rise of nationalism in the colonies. The years following World War I saw a growing wave of nationalism across the British Empire. The colonized peoples, inspired by the ideas of self-determination espoused by figures like Woodrow Wilson during the war, increasingly demanded political independence. In India, the most populous and important British colony, leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru mobilized the masses in nonviolent protests and campaigns for independence. Gandhi's philosophy of passive resistance, or satyagraha, became a powerful tool in the fight for freedom, galvanizing millions of Indians to challenge British rule. In Africa, nationalist movements also began to take root. Leaders like Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, and others began advocating for African self-rule, organizing strikes, protests, and political movements that eventually led to the independence of many African nations in the 1950s and 1960s. The economic exploitation and social inequalities imposed by British colonial rule had created fertile ground for these nationalist movements, which were further fueled by the experiences of soldiers from the colonies who had fought in both world wars. The rise of nationalism was not confined to the colonies alone. In Britain itself, there was a growing sense that the empire had become too costly and cumbersome. The cost of maintaining control over far-flung territories, along with the demands for independence from colonial leaders, made it clear that the British Empire was no longer sustainable in its former form. Britain's ability to project power across the globe had been diminished, and many in the British political establishment began to question whether it was worth maintaining an empire that was increasingly hostile to British interests. World War II, the final blow. World War II, 1939 to 1945, was the final blow to the British Empire. While Britain once again emerged victorious, the war further weakened the British economy and accelerated the process of decolonization. The war had drained British resources, and by the end of the conflict, the British economy was in tatters, burdened by heavy debt and the costs of rebuilding. The war also shifted the global balance of power. The United States and the Soviet Union emerged as superpowers, while Britain's influence on the world stage began to wane. The rise of the United States as a global hegemon and the spread of Soviet communism created new political realities that made the British Empire's position increasingly untenable. In India, the struggle for independence reached its zenith during and after World War II. The British could no longer afford to suppress the growing demand for independence, especially with the rise of widespread protests and civil disobedience led by Gandhi and the Indian National Congress. The British, facing pressure from all sides, eventually agreed to partition India in 1947, granting independence to both India and Pakistan. This marked the end of British rule in the Indian subcontinent, which had been the cornerstone of the British Empire for over 2 centuries. The independence of India was the first of many decolonization movements that would follow in the post-war period. Across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, British colonies began to demand and receive their independence. In Egypt, Sudan, and Iraq, nationalist movements gained strength, leading to the withdrawal of British control. In the Middle East, Britain's once dominant position was eroded by the rise of Arab nationalism and the increasing influence of the United States and the Soviet Union. The Suez Crisis and the end of empire. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked the symbolic end of the British Empire. When Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, which was a vital trade route for Britain and its allies, Britain, along with France and Israel, launched a military intervention to retake control of the canal. However, the intervention was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union. The U.S., under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, refused to support the British and French military action, citing the need for a peaceful resolution during the Cold War. The Suez Crisis exposed Britain's diminished role on the world stage. It was a clear indication that Britain could no longer act unilaterally in global affairs without the support of other powers. The crisis demonstrated to the British public and political leaders that the age of imperial power was over. In the aftermath of the crisis, Britain's position in the Middle East was irreparably weakened, and many former colonies accelerated their demands for independence. The winds of change. The process of decolonization continued throughout the late 20th century. The 1960s and 1970s saw the independence of many African nations, including Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. In the Caribbean, countries like Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados gained their independence. The British Empire, which had once spanned the globe, was now reduced to a few remnants, including the Falkland Islands, Gibraltar, and Hong Kong. The British government, under Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, famously referred to the rapid wave of independence as the winds of change. The British Empire was no longer a cohesive political entity, but instead the world was entering a new era of nation-states, with former colonies asserting their independence and sovereignty. The legacy of the British Empire. The decline and fall of the British Empire left a complex legacy. On the one hand, the British Empire brought about significant changes to the world, including the spread of the English language, the establishment of legal systems, and the development of infrastructure. It contributed to the global interconnectedness that we experience today. However, the British Empire also left behind a legacy of exploitation, inequality, and conflict. The borders drawn by British colonialists often ignored ethnic and cultural divisions, leading to tensions and struggles for self-determination that continue to this day. The decolonization process was not always peaceful, and the end of empire did not immediately lead to stability in many former colonies. In some cases, independence was followed by civil war, economic hardship, or political instability. Nevertheless, the decline of the British Empire marked the end of a global order defined by imperial domination and the beginning of a new world in which former colonies became independent nations. As we look back on the British Empire, we must recognize both its achievements and its failures. The empire shaped the course of history in ways that are still felt today. Its decline was inevitable, as the forces of nationalism, economic change, and global political realignments made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain control over its vast territories. The British Empire may no longer exist in its former glory, but its legacy is woven into the fabric of the modern world. The end of the British Empire did not signify the end of Britain's global influence, but it did mark the beginning of a new chapter in the nation's history. With the loss of its empire, Britain found itself at a crossroads, searching for its place in a rapidly changing world. The empire's dissolution and the post-war international order forced Britain to redefine its role in global politics, economics, and diplomacy. The period following decolonization, characterized by both challenges and opportunities, shaped the Britain we know today. The shift from imperial power to international diplomacy. The immediate aftermath of decolonization was a period of reflection for Britain. Having relinquished its imperial possessions, the country faced the daunting task of adapting to its new reality. No longer a global empire, Britain was now a smaller nation with a diminished ability to project power across the world. However, it still retained certain advantages, including its permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council and a substantial influence in global finance and trade. Britain's first steps in the post-empire era were defined by efforts to adjust to a new global order. It became increasingly involved in international diplomacy, joining various international organizations such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. The end of empire required Britain to rethink its relationships with former colonies, as well as its position vis-a-vis rising superpowers like the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. At the same time, Britain had to contend with the growing influence of the United States, which was emerging as the dominant global power after World War II. Although the US and Britain shared a special relationship based on cultural, historical, and strategic ties, the reality of a unipolar world order meant that Britain's ability to act independently on the world stage was increasingly constrained. Britain, in many ways, found itself as a secondary player in the global geopolitical game, despite its continued military capabilities and status as a major economic power. The European Union and Britain's place in Europe. One of the most significant developments in post-empire Britain was its relationship with Europe. For centuries, Britain had maintained an uneasy relationship with the continent, often remaining apart from the European power struggles that had shaped the course of history. The legacy of the British Empire had reinforced Britain's belief in its unique position in the world, and it remained ambivalent about closer political and economic integration with its European neighbors. However, in the wake of World War II and the decline of empire, the British government recognized the importance of rebuilding Europe and creating a more cohesive and cooperative continent. In 1957, the Treaty of Rome established the European Economic Community, EC, which aimed to foster economic integration among Western European nations. Britain, initially hesitant, began to see the potential benefits of joining the EC, particularly in terms of access to a broader European market and a role in shaping European economic policies. In 1973, Britain formally joined the European Economic Community, signaling a major shift in its foreign policy. The move was not universally welcomed, with significant opposition from certain segments of British society, including those who felt that Britain's traditional ties to the Commonwealth and the United States were more important than its relationship with Europe. Nevertheless, membership in the EEC marked the beginning of a more European-oriented approach to Britain's global engagement. Over time, Britain became increasingly involved in European economic and political affairs, contributing to the development of the European Union, EU, and its subsequent expansion. The country's participation in the EU brought both benefits and challenges, as it sought to reconcile its historical reluctance toward European integration with the realities of being part of a united and increasingly powerful Europe. The Falklands War and the revival of British prestige. In 1982, Britain found itself embroiled in a brief but intense military conflict with Argentina over the Falkland Islands, a British overseas territory in the South Atlantic. The Falklands War became a defining moment in post-empire Britain, as it showcased the country's ability to defend its interests and project military power despite the loss of its empire. When Argentina invaded the Falklands, Britain's response was swift and resolute. The government, led by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, sent a task force to reclaim the islands. The conflict, which lasted for several months, ended in victory for Britain, with Argentine forces surrendering in June 1982. The Falklands War was a significant event in modern British history, as it demonstrated the country's continued military capabilities and its willingness to defend its territories, even in distant corners of the world. The victory in the Falklands War restored a sense of national pride and confidence in Britain's ability to safeguard its interests. It was seen as a reaffirmation of Britain's commitment to its remaining overseas territories and its willingness to assert its sovereignty, even in the face of opposition from more powerful nations. While the war did not reverse the decline of the British Empire, it provided a momentary boost to Britain's global stature and reaffirmed its role as a defender of its interests. The end of the Cold War and new challenges. As the Cold War came to an end in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the international landscape shifted dramatically. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the rise of the United States as the world's sole superpower presented new opportunities and challenges for Britain. The 1990s saw Britain become more involved in international organizations like the United Nations and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, as well as in peacekeeping missions and humanitarian interventions around the world. The end of the Cold War also allowed Britain to focus on issues beyond its traditional security concerns. The era saw a growing emphasis on global economic stability, environmental challenges, and international development. As former colonies gained independence and new regional powers emerged, Britain found itself engaging in diplomatic efforts to promote global stability and democracy. At the same time, Britain had to adapt to the changing nature of international relations. The rise of non-state actors, global terrorism, and emerging powers such as China and India meant that the old system of great power politics was increasingly irrelevant. Britain, no longer the imperial giant it once was, had to navigate this new multipolar world by forging strategic alliances and responding to new security and economic challenges. The European Union and Brexit. In the 21st century, Britain's relationship with the European Union remained a contentious issue. The debates surrounding Britain's membership in the EU intensified over time, as concerns about sovereignty, immigration, and the EU's growing power became more pronounced. These debates culminated in the 2016 referendum, in which the British public voted to leave the European Union, a decision that became known as Brexit. Brexit marked a dramatic shift in Britain's post-empire trajectory. The decision to leave the EU was based on a variety of factors, including concerns over immigration, economic policy, and national identity. For many Britons, the vote was a rejection of the European project and a desire to reclaim control over Britain's future. However, the fallout from Brexit has been complex, with both positive and negative consequences for Britain. While some hailed the decision as a return to national sovereignty, others feared it would weaken Britain's global standing and isolate it from the rest of Europe. The aftermath of Brexit has presented significant challenges for Britain, particularly in terms of trade, international relations, and domestic politics. Britain's future as a global power is now in question, as it seeks to redefine its role outside the EU. The Brexit saga is far from over, as the country grapples with the economic and political consequences of leaving the Union. Conclusion: Britain's enduring legacy in the world. Despite the decline and fall of the British Empire, Britain continues to play a significant role on the global stage. While it may no longer command the vast territories and influence it once held, the legacy of the empire is still felt in the interconnected world that Britain helped to shape. The British language, legal systems, and cultural institutions remain deeply ingrained in many countries around the world, and the connections established during the imperial era continue to influence international relations. In the post-empire era, Britain has reinvented itself as a global player, focusing on diplomacy, trade, and strategic alliances. The challenges of the 21st century, including globalization, climate change, and security threats, require Britain to navigate a more complex and interconnected world. As the nation moves forward, it must continue to balance its historical legacy with the demands of a rapidly changing global order. Whether through its diplomatic efforts, military engagements, or economic partnerships, Britain's place in the world will remain shaped by its imperial past, even as it embraces new opportunities for the future. One of the most enduring legacies of the British Empire, and a key feature of post-empire Britain, is the Commonwealth of Nations. The Commonwealth represents a unique collection of nations, many of which were once part of the British Empire, bound together by shared values and mutual respect. While the British Empire itself has long since faded, the Commonwealth endures as a testament to the complexities of Britain's global influence, and the ongoing relationships formed during its imperial days. The Commonwealth is a voluntary association of 56 independent countries that spans the globe, from large nations like India and Canada to small island nations in the Caribbean and the Pacific. Despite its diversity, the Commonwealth remains connected by common interests in democracy, human rights, development, and trade. For Britain, the Commonwealth provides an important avenue for maintaining its global reach, fostering diplomatic ties, and promoting shared values. The transformation from empire to Commonwealth. When the British Empire began to crumble following the two world wars, Britain faced the difficult reality of managing its former colonies. Many former colonies sought independence, and the process of decolonization accelerated in the post-World War II period. However, instead of severing ties entirely with its former territories, Britain sought to create a new, more flexible relationship with them, one that allowed these nations to retain a sense of unity while respecting their newfound independence. The creation of the Commonwealth in 1949 marked a shift from imperial control to a cooperative partnership. While some nations chose to remain part of the British Commonwealth after gaining independence, others opted for full sovereignty, yet maintained a degree of informal connection through the shared cultural and historical bonds forged during the imperial era. Over the decades, the Commonwealth has evolved significantly. Initially, it was largely composed of former British colonies, but it soon began to include republics and countries that had never been part of the British Empire. The organization shifted from being a club of former colonies to a more inclusive group of nations united by a commitment to common principles. Membership is not determined by geography but by shared values, such as democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. The role of the British monarchy. The British monarchy remains an important symbol of the Commonwealth, with Queen Elizabeth II being the head of the Commonwealth for many decades. The role of the monarchy in the Commonwealth is largely symbolic, yet it is a critical factor in maintaining the unity and identity of the organization. The British royal family has been an influential and unifying force, making visits to member states and serving as a symbol of continuity amidst the shifting political landscapes of the world. The monarchy's presence in the Commonwealth is more ceremonial than authoritative, yet it plays an essential role in the soft power that Britain wields in international relations. By acting as a unifying figurehead, the monarchy fosters goodwill and cooperation among Commonwealth nations, many of which have their own distinct political systems and histories. Queen Elizabeth II's reign saw a transformation in the monarchy's role, from an imperial symbol to a more inclusive representative of the global Commonwealth family. Her son, King Charles III, continues this legacy, striving to maintain Britain's connection to the wider world through diplomatic engagements and Commonwealth events. The monarchy's relationship with the Commonwealth is emblematic of Britain's ability to reinvent itself in the post-imperial era while still maintaining ties to its imperial past. The Commonwealth's political and economic influence. In the modern era, the Commonwealth has provided Britain with valuable diplomatic and economic opportunities. Many of the Commonwealth nations are emerging markets with rapidly growing economies, and Britain has sought to strengthen its trade relationships with these countries. The Commonwealth is a critical forum for dialogue on global issues such as climate change, economic development, and regional security. Britain has long viewed its relationship with the Commonwealth as an important part of its global strategy. During the Cold War, the Commonwealth was a platform for Britain to exert influence in the developing world, where many newly independent countries were caught between the superpowers of the United States and the Soviet Union. Today, the Commonwealth offers a space for Britain to exert influence in a world that is increasingly multipolar, with rising powers like China and India playing a central role on the global stage. The Commonwealth is also a key player in efforts to promote sustainable development, human rights, and the rule of law. British foreign policy has emphasized the importance of engaging with Commonwealth countries on issues such as poverty alleviation, education, gender equality, and peacekeeping. In many ways, the Commonwealth serves as a diplomatic bridge between Britain and nations that might otherwise be difficult to engage with on the world stage. Challenges and criticism of the Commonwealth. Despite its successes, the Commonwealth has faced significant challenges over the years. Critics argue that the organization is still tainted by the legacy of British imperialism, and some Commonwealth nations have questioned the validity of continuing to associate with a former colonial power. There are ongoing debates about whether the Commonwealth is an outdated institution or a meaningful force for cooperation and global development. For some, the Commonwealth represents a reminder of the exploitation and domination that took place under British colonial rule. As a result, there have been calls for greater accountability, transparency, and reform within the organization. Some former colonies have distanced themselves from the Commonwealth entirely, opting instead to pursue their own foreign policies independent of Britain. Additionally, the organization has struggled with its relevance in an increasingly globalized world. While it has adapted over time, questions remain about the effectiveness of the Commonwealth in addressing the complex challenges of the 21st century. With the rise of new global institutions and the shifting dynamics of global power, some have questioned whether the Commonwealth can continue to play a significant role in shaping global affairs. The future of the Commonwealth. Looking ahead, the Commonwealth faces a rapidly changing global environment. Britain's exit from the European Union, known as Brexit, has altered its position within Europe and raised questions about the future of Britain's relationships with Commonwealth countries. With the United Kingdom now outside the EU, it is expected that Britain will seek to strengthen its economic and political ties with its Commonwealth partners in order to bolster its global standing. In the coming decades, the Commonwealth may evolve further, potentially embracing a broader and more diverse set of nations that share common goals for global prosperity. The Commonwealth has the potential to serve as a critical platform for addressing global challenges such as climate change, migration, and regional security. In this context, the legacy of the British Empire, while complex and often controversial, remains an important aspect of global history. The bonds created during the imperial era, although fraught with tension and inequality, have endured in the form of the Commonwealth. This unique institution continues to provide opportunities for dialogue, development, and cooperation, even as it grapples with the contradictions of its origins. Conclusion: a legacy of connection and cooperation. The British Empire may have faded into history, but its influence continues to resonate through the Commonwealth. Britain's connection to its former colonies has transformed over time, evolving into a partnership based on mutual respect, shared values, and cooperation. In the modern world, the Commonwealth represents a space for dialogue among nations that transcends the divisions of the past. For Britain, the Commonwealth offers an opportunity to maintain its place on the global stage, even as its imperial power has diminished. The organization remains an important tool for promoting British interests, fostering diplomatic relationships, and advancing global development. As the world faces new challenges and opportunities, the Commonwealth's role in shaping the future of global relations will remain an essential part of Britain's legacy in the post-empire era. As the 20th century unfolded, the once mighty British Empire found itself facing an inevitable decline. The forces of nationalism, economic strain, 2 world wars, and changing global dynamics began to erode the imperial structures that had been the foundation of British power for centuries. By the mid-20th century, Britain's empire, which had stretched across every inhabited continent, was unraveling, marking the end of an era. The decline of the British Empire was not an overnight process. It was the result of decades of change, both internal and external, that transformed the world's political landscape. The very institutions that Britain had once used to control vast swaths of the globe were now being challenged by the rising tide of independence movements. It is in this complex and tumultuous period that we can begin to understand the eventual demise of the British Empire and the lasting impact it has had on the modern world. The impact of 2 world wars. The First World War, 1914 to 1918, had already begun to show cracks in the British Empire's global dominance. While Britain emerged victorious in the war, it came at a tremendous cost. The financial strain of the war effort left Britain deeply in debt, and the economic consequences reverberated for years. The cost of maintaining the empire became increasingly untenable, and the global order began to shift as new powers, such as the United States and the Soviet Union, emerged. World War II, 1939 to 1945, further accelerated the decline of Britain's imperial reach. Once again, Britain fought alongside its allies, but the consequences of the war were far more devastating. By the end of the war, Britain had been severely weakened, both economically and militarily. The empire, already struggling with nationalist uprisings and demands for independence, was now faced with a new geopolitical reality. The United States and the Soviet Union had emerged as the 2 dominant superpowers, overshadowing Britain's influence on the global stage. As these powers began to define the post-war order, Britain found itself on the periphery. The devastation of war, coupled with the rise of the Cold War, made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain control over its colonies, many of which had grown more restive in the face of global change. The rise of nationalism and decolonization. The interwar period had seen the rise of nationalist movements across British colonies. In India, the struggle for independence had already gained significant momentum under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. The push for self-determination in India was just the beginning of a larger wave of independence movements that would sweep through the empire after World War II. In Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, colonies and territories began to demand greater autonomy. The British government, weakened by the effects of 2 world wars and struggling with its own economic recovery, found it increasingly difficult to suppress these movements. The process of decolonization was inevitable, and after the war, many of Britain's former colonies, long subjected to imperial rule, began to gain independence. India's independence in 1947 was perhaps the most significant moment in the decline of the British Empire. The partition of India and Pakistan marked the end of British rule in South Asia, a region that had been at the heart of the empire for centuries. The loss of India was a blow to Britain's global standing, as it was one of the most prized and strategically important territories in the empire. Following India's independence, other territories began to follow suit. In Africa, countries such as Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria achieved independence in the 1950s and 1960s. The Caribbean, once a vital source of Britain's wealth from sugar plantations and slavery, saw many of its nations gain independence as well. By the 1960s and 1970s, the majority of Britain's colonies had gained their independence. The process of decolonization was not without its challenges. In many cases, it was accompanied by violence, conflict, and social upheaval. The British government was often forced to confront the reality that its empire was no longer tenable. The withdrawal from territories like Palestine, Kenya, and Cyprus was not always peaceful, and the imperial power struggled to manage the transition to self-rule. Economic strain and the loss of global influence. The economic burden of maintaining the empire had been a constant strain on Britain's resources, but the post-war years brought this issue to a head. The British economy, already weakened by the costs of 2 world wars, was unable to support an empire that spanned the globe. The demands of military defense, administration, and trade were unsustainable for an economy that had been devastated during the war. As the colonies gained independence, the economic links that had once bound them to Britain began to fray. Former colonies increasingly looked for new trading partners and alliances, often turning to other emerging powers like the United States or the Soviet Union. Britain's ability to exert economic control over its former colonies, once a defining feature of its imperial dominance, was rapidly diminishing. The financial toll of maintaining an empire was further compounded by Britain's inability to modernize its infrastructure and industries in the post-war era. Countries that had once been dependent on Britain's expertise and capital began to diversify their economies and develop industries of their own. The loss of these economic relationships further eroded Britain's global power. The Suez Crisis and the end of empire. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked one of the final moments of Britain's imperial decline. The event was precipitated by Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal, a critical waterway for international trade that was owned by British and French interests. In response, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention to seize control of the canal. However, the Suez Crisis revealed Britain's diminished status on the world stage. The United States, under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, opposed the military intervention, and the Soviet Union also condemned Britain's actions. Facing pressure from both superpowers, Britain was forced to withdraw, marking a humiliating moment for the British Empire. The crisis highlighted the waning influence of Britain in global affairs. No longer could Britain rely on military force to maintain its imperial legacy. The Suez Crisis served as a powerful reminder that the age of European colonial domination was over, and it signaled the end of Britain's role as a dominant global power. The end of the British Empire. By the 1960s and 1970s, the British Empire had largely disintegrated. Most of the former colonies had gained independence, and Britain had abandoned its imperial ambitions in favor of pursuing its interests within the framework of international organizations like the United Nations, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and more recently, the European Union. However, the legacy of the British Empire continues to be felt today. The former colonies, many of which now form the Commonwealth of Nations, maintain complex relationships with Britain. While the empire itself no longer exists, the cultural, economic, and political ties forged during the imperial era still have a lasting impact. Britain's influence in global affairs has undoubtedly diminished, but the nation continues to play an important role in world politics, economy, and culture. The story of the British Empire is one of triumph and tragedy, of conquest and decolonization, and of the enduring legacy of imperialism that still shapes the world today. Legacy of British imperialism. While the British Empire may have ceased to exist, its legacy persists in various ways. The English language, legal systems, and institutions of governance introduced during British rule continue to influence many countries around the world. In some former colonies, such as India, Australia, and Canada, the political and cultural structures still bear the mark of British colonialism. Furthermore, Britain's imperial history has had a profound effect on global trade, industry, and the development of international diplomacy. The impact of the British Empire on global history is immense and complicated. It played a role in shaping the modern world in ways that are both positive and negative. The consequences of imperialism are still being grappled with today, as former colonies continue to navigate the challenges of post-colonial life. The British Empire's decline may have been inevitable, but its legacy will continue to shape the geopolitical and cultural landscape for generations to come. In the final analysis, the end of the British Empire marked a shift in the global balance of power, but it also left an indelible mark on the world. The empire's rise, dominance, and eventual fall encapsulate the complexities of colonialism and the enduring consequences of empire building, themes that remain relevant in the modern era. As the British Empire faded into history, its influence over the modern world did not disappear. The cultural and political legacy of the empire is far-reaching and multifaceted, shaping societies, economies, and international relations long after its official end. The legacy of the British Empire is a subject of considerable debate. While it is seen by some as a force for positive global change, it is viewed by others as a source of deep injustice and exploitation. Yet, whether viewed through a lens of admiration or criticism, the empire's legacy remains central to understanding the contemporary world. The spread of the English language. One of the most enduring elements of the British Empire's cultural legacy is the widespread use of the English language. Today, English is one of the most spoken languages in the world, with an estimated 1.5 billion speakers, making it the second most spoken language globally, after Mandarin. This remarkable linguistic spread can be traced directly to the British Empire's expansion, as English became the language of administration, education, and commerce across the globe. In countries like India, Nigeria, and South Africa, English remains an official language, used in government, education, and business. Even in former colonies that gained independence, English often continues to serve as the primary lingua franca, uniting diverse populations with different indigenous languages. In the modern era, English has become the language of international diplomacy, scientific research, the Internet, and popular culture. The proliferation of English medium universities, multinational corporations, and global media outlets ensures that the language remains a dominant force in the global economy. However, the spread of English has also been a source of tension. For many, the imposition of English during colonial rule represented the suppression of local languages and cultures. The legacy of this linguistic imperialism is still evident in the language policies of many post-colonial states, where indigenous languages and traditions were marginalized in favor of English. Today, efforts to revitalize indigenous languages in former British colonies reflect ongoing struggles to assert cultural identity in the face of imperial legacies. Legal systems and governance. Another key aspect of the British Empire's legacy is the legal and political systems it left behind. The British system of common law, which emphasizes the rule of law, judicial independence, and the rights of individuals, was introduced to many parts of the world during the empire's expansion. From India to Canada, Australia to Kenya, former colonies inherited legal frameworks that continue to shape their political and judicial systems today. Common law is based on the idea that laws should be applied consistently, and that the decisions made by courts should be based on precedent. In many Commonwealth countries, the judiciary continues to operate under this principle, with laws evolving through court decisions and legal interpretations. This system of law helped establish many of the democratic principles that are integral to modern governance. It emphasizes the importance of fairness, transparency, and accountability in government, providing a foundation for the development of democratic institutions. The British system of governance also had a profound impact. The establishment of parliamentary systems of government, inspired by the British model, became a cornerstone of political life in many former colonies. Countries such as India, Canada, and Australia adopted parliamentary democracies, and their political structures, though adapted to local needs, retain many elements of British political institutions, including a head of state, such as the monarch in Canada and Australia, a bicameral legislature, and the rule of law. However, the introduction of British political structures was not without its complexities. While the British encouraged the development of democratic systems in their colonies, these systems often excluded large portions of the population. In India, for example, the British introduced a system of indirect rule that reinforced divisions among religious, ethnic, and caste groups, while only a small elite had access to political power. The political boundaries drawn by the British during the colonial era have also been a source of conflict in many regions, with borders often reflecting colonial interests rather than the social, ethnic, or religious realities of local populations. The partition of India in 1947, for instance, led to massive displacement, violence, and a long-lasting legacy of animosity between India and Pakistan. Education and cultural exchange. Education was another crucial part of the British Empire's cultural legacy. The British established schools and universities across their colonies, often with the goal of educating a small elite to assist in the administration of the empire. In India, for example, the British established the University of Calcutta, the University of Bombay, and other educational institutions, which became centers of higher learning and sources of knowledge in the Indian subcontinent. While education helped shape the intellectual landscapes of many former colonies, it also served to reinforce imperial hierarchies. British educational systems often emphasized British history, literature, and culture, while downplaying or even erasing local histories and traditions. In many cases, the curriculum reinforced the idea that British culture was superior to that of the colonies, leaving an enduring legacy of cultural and intellectual domination. Yet, the legacy of British education also includes the positive contributions made by scholars and activists within these systems. In India, the education system produced a class of leaders who would go on to challenge British rule. Figures like Jawaharlal Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi, and Subhas Chandra Bose were products of British educational institutions, and they would later shape the course of Indian independence. In Africa, too, the British educational system played a dual role. On the one hand, it produced a generation of African leaders, such as Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, who were educated in Britain and would later lead their countries to independence. On the other hand, education often reinforced a sense of inferiority among the indigenous populations, as European educational ideals were imposed upon them. Beyond education, the British Empire facilitated significant cultural exchanges. British colonial rule brought new technologies, literature, art, and music to distant corners of the globe, and in turn, it brought new ideas, philosophies, and cultural influences back to Britain. British imperialism led to the introduction of new crops, foods, and raw materials to Europe, enriching British culture and society. The exchange of ideas, often mediated by British colonial administrators, helped shape global art, literature, and scientific thought, leaving a lasting impact on the cultural evolution of both the colonies and the British homeland. The Commonwealth and post-empire connections. The legacy of the British Empire lives on through the Commonwealth of Nations, a voluntary association of former British colonies and territories. Today, the Commonwealth includes 56 member states, many of which were once part of the British Empire. The Commonwealth provides a platform for these nations to cooperate on various issues, including trade, development, human rights, and education. The Commonwealth also remains a powerful symbol of the enduring cultural and political ties between Britain and its former colonies. While the Commonwealth is not a political union or empire, it continues to promote shared values, including democracy, peace, and social justice. The Commonwealth Games, a biennial event that brings together athletes from member states, serves as a reminder of the connections forged during the colonial era and the ongoing influence of Britain in the global community. However, the legacy of the British Empire in the Commonwealth is a complex and often contentious issue. Many former colonies view the Commonwealth as a forum for continuing post-colonial relationships, but tensions remain over the legacy of British rule. Questions of reparations, restitution, and historical accountability persist as former colonies grapple with the social, economic, and political consequences of empire. The continuing impact of imperialism. In the modern world, the legacy of the British Empire continues to shape global politics and economic systems. Former colonies, now independent nations, face ongoing challenges in managing the consequences of imperialism. Economic inequalities, political divisions, and social tensions that were exacerbated by colonial rule are still evident in many post-colonial societies. The global balance of power, too, was profoundly altered by the decline of the British Empire. As former colonies gained independence, new nations emerged on the world stage, challenging the dominance of European powers. The United States and the Soviet Union rose to prominence, and the former colonies found themselves navigating the complex geopolitics of the Cold War. Despite these challenges, the influence of the British Empire endures. Its institutions, languages, and cultures have left an indelible mark on the world. As we move further into the 21st century, the legacy of the British Empire will continue to shape global history, both for good and ill, as nations and individuals continue to navigate the complexities of post-colonial life. The British Empire, once the most powerful and far-reaching empire the world had ever seen, began to unravel in the early 20th century. By the end of the Second World War, the empire was a shadow of its former self. What had once been an unassailable global power with dominion over vast territories and resources was now beset by internal and external challenges that threatened to bring about its ultimate demise. The decline and fall of the British Empire was not a single event, but rather a complex process driven by economic, social, and political forces that reshaped the world in the aftermath of the Second World War. Economic strains and the aftermath of World War II. The economic impact of World War II was perhaps the most significant factor in the empire's decline. The war left Britain in debt, with its economy shattered by years of conflict and devastation. The cost of maintaining an empire, which had been financed in large part by the resources and wealth extracted from colonies, became unsustainable in the post-war world. The British economy was in ruins, and the empire's infrastructure had been severely damaged, leading to a growing realization that the days of imperial dominance were over. In addition, Britain's global influence was undermined by the emergence of new economic powers. The United States, which had entered the war late, emerged as the world's preeminent superpower. The United States had become the dominant global economic and military force, while Britain, having spent years at war, was now in debt to the United States and its allies. The United States had lent Britain substantial amounts of money during the war, and the cost of repaying these debts added to Britain's economic woes. The post-war order was increasingly being defined by the interests of the United States and the Soviet Union, and Britain's ability to maintain control over its colonies was significantly diminished. The wartime destruction also led to the dismantling of the British Empire's vast colonial infrastructure. The colonies, which had once been the backbone of British wealth and power, had suffered from the war and were now more eager than ever to gain independence. The economic ties that had bound Britain to its colonies were unraveling, and former colonies increasingly questioned the legitimacy of British rule. The rise of nationalism in the colonies. Nationalist movements in the colonies played a crucial role in the downfall of the British Empire. Throughout the empire, colonial subjects had been agitating for independence for decades, but the economic and military strains of World War II provided the perfect opportunity for nationalist movements to gain momentum. Colonies that had long been subjected to British rule were now determined to assert their independence, and many of the leaders of these movements had been shaped by the educational systems and political structures introduced by the British themselves. In India, the struggle for independence reached a boiling point. The British Raj had been under pressure from Indian nationalist leaders, such as Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, for decades. The demand for independence, which had been met with repression and violence in earlier years, was now impossible to ignore. The Quit India movement of 1942, which called for immediate independence, had demonstrated the widespread desire for freedom among Indians. Despite British attempts to suppress the movement, India's quest for self-rule grew stronger, and by 1947, India was granted independence, effectively ending British colonial rule in the subcontinent. The Indian independence movement was just one example of the larger wave of decolonization sweeping across the British Empire. In Africa, nationalist movements grew in strength, with leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, and Nelson Mandela in South Africa calling for an end to British colonial control. These leaders, many of whom had been educated in British universities or had fought alongside the British during World War II, demanded self-determination and the end of imperial domination. The pressures from these nationalist movements were felt not only in Asia and Africa, but also in the Middle East, where the British were struggling to maintain control over territories like Palestine and Iraq. The British had promised self-rule to many colonies and protectorates during the war, but following the conflict, these promises were often met with resistance from both the local populations and other world powers, especially the United States and the Soviet Union. The British found themselves caught in a global struggle for influence and power, unable to maintain control over vast territories that were rapidly moving towards independence. The Suez Crisis and the end of British global influence. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked a pivotal moment in the decline of British imperial power. When Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, which was of vital importance to Britain's trade routes and access to oil, Britain, along with France and Israel, launched military operations to retake the canal. However, the intervention was met with international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, both of whom opposed the military action. The crisis revealed the diminished influence of Britain on the world stage. Despite its historical role as a global power, Britain was no longer able to pursue its interests unilaterally, especially in the face of opposition from the United States, the new superpower of the post-war world. The Suez Crisis demonstrated to the British that their once unchallenged dominance was no longer tenable. The United States, led by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, pressured Britain to withdraw its forces from Egypt, and the event marked the beginning of the end for British colonial ambitions in the Middle East. Following the Suez Crisis, British foreign policy underwent a significant shift. The realization that Britain could no longer maintain its empire, nor protect its global interests without the support of the United States, led to the adoption of a more cooperative approach to international relations. The British Empire had become a relic of the past, and Britain's role in the world was redefined. The end of empire, decolonization and independence. As the 20th century progressed, the process of decolonization continued to accelerate. India's independence in 1947 was the first major blow to the British Empire, but it was followed by a cascade of decolonization movements across Africa, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia. The United Nations, created after the war, played a key role in promoting self-determination and independence for former colonies. By the 1960s, nearly all African colonies had gained independence, and by the 1970s, the majority of British colonies had followed suit. In 1960, the Year of Africa, 17 African nations declared their independence, signaling the end of British control on the continent. The British withdrawal from these regions was often peaceful, though not without significant challenges and conflicts, such as the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya or the violence surrounding the partition of India. The final dismantling of the British Empire came in 1997, when Hong Kong, the last major British colony, was handed over to China. This marked the official end of the British Empire, which had once spanned the globe, controlling vast territories in Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Pacific. Britain's empire was no more, replaced by a new world order in which former colonies were now independent nations, each pursuing its own future. The legacy of the British Empire. Despite the end of the British Empire, its legacy persists in many parts of the world. The institutions, languages, and political structures introduced by Britain continue to shape the nations it once controlled. The Commonwealth of Nations, a group of former British colonies, serves as a reminder of the ongoing connections between Britain and the countries it once ruled. But the legacy of the British Empire is a mixed one. For some, the empire brought stability, economic development, and the spread of British values. For others, it brought exploitation, oppression, and the destruction of indigenous cultures. The story of the British Empire is one of conquest, colonization, and resistance, and its decline marked the beginning of a new era in global politics. As former colonies navigated their post-imperial identities, the effects of British rule would continue to shape their futures for generations to come. The British Empire, once a symbol of global dominance, had fallen. But its impact on the world, for better or worse, would endure long into the future. As the 20th century progressed, the decline of the British Empire seemed inevitable. What had been once a powerful, far-reaching global empire was now a shrinking shadow of its former self. By the time World War II had ended, Britain found itself not only economically depleted but also in a position where its former colonies were asserting their independence with increasing frequency and urgency. The birth of the United Nations in 1945, with its emphasis on self-determination and national sovereignty, provided a further catalyst for the unraveling of the British Empire. The post-war world, shaped by the aftermath of conflict and the emergence of new global powers, presented Britain with a stark reality. The age of imperialism was over, and its once unassailable dominion over colonies across the globe was rapidly fading. The transformation that had begun with the loss of India in 1947 continued through the decolonization movements in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and the Caribbean, leaving Britain grappling with the inevitable consequences of an empire in retreat. The impact of World War II on the British Empire. World War II had profound consequences for Britain, far beyond the devastating human losses and destruction that it caused. The economic burden of the war was staggering. By the time peace was restored in 1945, Britain was heavily in debt, with much of its infrastructure, including its industries, strained and weakened by years of fighting. Britain had relied on the immense resources provided by its colonies to finance its military campaigns, but with the war over, that reliance became unsustainable. The financial strains were compounded by Britain's growing inability to maintain control over its empire. The resources required to suppress uprisings, defend colonies, and maintain a global military presence became unaffordable. By the end of the war, Britain was effectively bankrupt. The United States, emerging as the world's most powerful superpower, offered financial assistance through the Lend-Lease Act and later the Marshall Plan, but it also made it clear that Britain's imperial ambitions were no longer viable in the new world order. Britain's post-war empire was no longer capable of supporting the colonial system that had underpinned its power for centuries. The era of imperial expansion had passed, and Britain found itself increasingly unable to prevent the waves of nationalism that were sweeping across its colonies. The forces of nationalism and decolonization. The rise of nationalist movements in the colonies played a central role in the fall of the British Empire. Throughout the 20th century, the desire for self-determination and independence grew stronger, fueled by both the example of other nations and the global winds of change. India, the crown jewel of the British Empire, had been pushing for independence for decades, but it was after World War II that the demand for freedom reached its zenith. The experience of colonial rule had created a sense of unity among disparate Indian communities, and the leadership of figures like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose united millions in a common cause for independence. After years of protests, civil disobedience, and negotiations, Britain was left with little choice but to grant India independence in 1947. The independence of India set a powerful precedent, and soon after, other colonies followed suit. Across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, nationalist leaders began to organize against British rule. The promise of independence became a rallying cry for millions of people who had been subject to colonial control for centuries. Movements that had simmered for decades now erupted into full-scale campaigns for sovereignty. The British could no longer rely on their military superiority or the loyalty of their colonial subjects. Instead, they were faced with mass protests, revolutions, and uprisings across the empire. The bloodshed that had accompanied India's partition, resulting in the displacement and deaths of millions, was but one example of the violent struggle for independence that would characterize much of the post-war period. In Africa, the struggle for independence began to intensify in the years following the war. British colonies such as Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana began to push for self-rule, with movements led by figures like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, who would become one of the foremost proponents of African independence. Ghana's successful independence in 1957 marked the first major victory for African nationalism and ignited a wave of decolonization across the continent. Despite the British efforts to retain control, the momentum for independence became unstoppable. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, former British colonies in Africa and Asia were granted independence, and many former colonies formed new nations with their own governments, though often facing immense challenges as they navigated the complexities of post-colonial identity. The Suez Crisis, a symbol of British decline. In 1956, the Suez Crisis became a defining moment in the decline of British power. When Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a key maritime route that Britain relied on for its imperial trade routes, the British, along with France and Israel, launched a military intervention to retake control of the canal. The invasion, however, was met with strong opposition from both the United States and the Soviet Union, who feared that it would escalate into a broader conflict during the Cold War. The failure of the British military intervention and the subsequent withdrawal under pressure from the United States marked a significant turning point. The Suez Crisis revealed that Britain no longer had the military and diplomatic clout to assert its will on the world stage. The United States had emerged as the primary global superpower, and Britain's unilateral military actions were no longer tolerated. The crisis exposed the limits of British influence and power, and led to a dramatic re-evaluation of Britain's role in world affairs. The British could no longer act as the unquestioned global power that they once had, and this realization further undermined their imperial ambitions. The loss of Hong Kong, the final symbol of empire. The final vestige of the British Empire, in terms of territorial control, was the British colony of Hong Kong. Established as a British colony in the 19th century, Hong Kong had become a key trading post and a symbol of British imperial power in East Asia. However, as the 20th century drew to a close, it became clear that Britain's hold on Hong Kong was increasingly untenable. The expiration of the lease for the new territories, which formed the bulk of Hong Kong's landmass, was set for 1997. Amidst the growing calls for independence and the rise of China as an economic and political force, Britain had little choice but to negotiate a handover of Hong Kong to China in 1997. The handover marked the official end of the British Empire, as Britain relinquished its last significant overseas colony. The return of Hong Kong to Chinese sovereignty represented a symbolic and practical end to the British imperial project. It was a final acknowledgement that Britain's imperial ambitions had faded into history and that the world had moved on. The global order was no longer defined by colonial dominance but by the rise of new powers, international cooperation, and the push for global self-determination. The legacy of the British Empire. Though the British Empire was officially dismantled, its legacy is still felt in many parts of the world. Former colonies that gained independence from Britain continue to maintain ties through the Commonwealth of Nations, an intergovernmental organization that fosters cooperation and mutual support among member countries. The English language, introduced during the colonial period, is now one of the most widely spoken and studied languages in the world, serving as a key tool for global communication. The institutions that Britain established in its colonies, such as legal systems, political structures, and educational frameworks, remain in place in many of these countries. However, the legacy of British rule is not without controversy. Many former colonies still grapple with the legacies of colonialism, including economic disparity, political instability, and cultural tensions. The British Empire, once the largest and most powerful empire the world had ever known, is now a historical relic. Its decline marked a significant shift in global politics, economics, and culture. The loss of empire, however, did not diminish Britain's importance on the world stage. Instead, Britain adapted to the new realities of the post-imperial world and charted a course for the future. The story of the British Empire's decline is one of transformation, change, and adaptation to the evolving dynamics of the modern world. The empire may be gone, but its legacy remains etched in the history of the nations it once ruled. With the dissolution of the British Empire came a new era for Britain itself, one in which it would no longer hold the same global dominance but would continue to play a significant role in international affairs. The decline of empire forced the nation to reassess its place in a world now defined by new power structures, ideologies, and emerging economic players. The transition from imperial power to modern nation-state was not a simple one. It was fraught with challenges, both at home and abroad. But despite the loss of its vast colonial territories, Britain adapted to the changing global order and charted a new course for the future. The post-empire Britain that emerged in the mid-20th century was shaped by the needs of a rapidly changing world. While the empire's days of imperial conquest were over, Britain found itself looking inward as much as outward, grappling with the impact of decolonization on its national identity, its economy, and its place in the broader international system. The collapse of the empire ushered in a period of reflection and adaptation. Britain's power, once synonymous with colonial dominance, had diminished, but its historical legacy and cultural influence remained. The aftermath of decolonization. The aftermath of decolonization left Britain facing new challenges, particularly in maintaining economic stability and dealing with the complex legacies of empire. The process of granting independence to former colonies, although a necessity in the modern world, was not without its difficulties. Many of Britain's former colonies experienced social, political, and economic turmoil as they navigated their newfound autonomy. The process of decolonization had created a sense of disillusionment and a loss of purpose within the British psyche. The loss of colonies such as India, Kenya, Nigeria, and many others had far-reaching effects on Britain's economy. The imperial economy, once fueled by resources extracted from the colonies and global trade networks controlled by the British, could no longer be sustained. As the empire collapsed, Britain had to adapt to the changing global economy, shifting from an empire-based economic model to one that emphasized industry, technology, and international trade. Internally, Britain's cultural identity was also reshaped by the end of empire. The once unifying concept of imperial pride began to give way to questions of what it meant to be British in a post-imperial world. The end of empire saw the rise of new waves of immigration, particularly from former colonies. Caribbean, African, and Indian migrants arrived in Britain, seeking work and better opportunities. This demographic shift fundamentally changed British society, contributing to a more diverse cultural landscape but also leading to challenges surrounding race, identity, and integration. Despite these challenges, Britain managed to establish itself as a strong, modern democracy, and the post-war period witnessed the country embracing a more inclusive and multicultural identity. The introduction of the National Health Service, NHS, in 1948 and the welfare state system are among the lasting domestic reforms that defined post-imperial Britain. These measures reflected a nation focused on social welfare and improving the quality of life for all its citizens, regardless of their colonial backgrounds. Britain's role in the Cold War and the European Union. As the Cold War unfolded, Britain's role in global politics took on a new dimension. Though no longer an imperial power, Britain continued to hold strategic importance in Europe and the wider world. As a member of NATO, Britain aligned itself with the United States and Western Europe against the growing threat of Soviet communism. While it no longer controlled vast swathes of territory, Britain's military and diplomatic influence remained a significant asset in the new world order. Britain also found itself facing pressure from a growing European integration project. The post-war period saw the creation of several supranational organizations aimed at fostering economic cooperation and political stability in Europe. Britain, however, initially chose to remain outside the European coal and steel community, a precursor to what would become the European Union, EU. For Britain, the idea of closer European integration clashed with its traditional focus on global trade and connections to former colonies. However, the changing dynamics of the world economy eventually led Britain to reconsider its position. In 1973, after years of hesitation, Britain finally joined the European Economic Community (EEC), a step toward closer ties with Europe. This decision marked a significant shift in Britain's foreign policy and economic strategy. The EEC provided Britain with access to a vast market, an opportunity to bolster its economy in the face of growing global competition, and a chance to secure a place at the table in the increasingly interconnected European landscape. Despite this, the issue of European integration remained controversial within Britain. For some, the decision to join the EEC signaled a departure from the nation's imperial past and a move toward a more inward-looking, European-centered future. Others saw membership as an essential part of Britain's continued relevance on the global stage, particularly in an era where the United States and the Soviet Union dominated global geopolitics. This internal debate would continue to define British politics for decades to come, eventually culminating in the referendum on membership in the European Union in 2016. Britain in the modern world: economic challenges and global influence. By the end of the 20th century, the British economy had undergone significant transformation. The country had moved away from the industrial economy that had powered the empire, embracing service industries, finance, and technological innovation. London emerged as one of the world's most important financial centers, and the global reach of British companies reflected the country's enduring global influence, albeit in a very different way than in the past. The legacy of the British Empire still looms large in former colonies, many of which maintain strong cultural and economic ties to Britain. English remains a global lingua franca, and the Commonwealth continues to be a platform for diplomatic, trade, and cultural exchange. However, the shift away from imperial domination has given way to a more cooperative approach to international relations. Britain, like many former imperial powers, has adapted to the idea that global power is now more diffuse, with countries such as China, India, and Brazil emerging as new centers of influence. In the early 21st century, Britain faced the challenges of globalization, shifting economic power dynamics, and an increasingly interconnected world. While no longer an empire, Britain retained a certain soft power, built on its cultural exports, including literature, music, television, and media. The English language, which had spread across the world during the empire's heyday, continued to be a central tool for international communication, business, and diplomacy. The decision to leave the European Union in 2016, known as Brexit, represented another pivotal moment in Britain's history. While the result of the referendum was a shock to many, it underscored the nation's ongoing debate about its place in the modern world. Brexit signaled a desire to reassert national sovereignty and to chart an independent course in global affairs, free from the constraints of European integration. The long-term implications of this decision remain uncertain, as Britain seeks to redefine its global relationships and its role in the post-imperial world. A new British identity in a post-empire world. The British Empire's decline and eventual dissolution were not just political or economic shifts, they represented a profound transformation of national identity. Britain had to navigate a complex process of redefining itself after centuries of imperial dominance. The loss of empire forced the British to reconsider their historical legacy, their values, and their global position. In the post-imperial era, Britain's identity became increasingly focused on the principles of democracy, human rights, and global cooperation. While the echoes of imperialism remained, particularly in the form of the Commonwealth and cultural ties to former colonies, Britain sought to align itself with modern ideals. Its involvement in global institutions, such as the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, reflected the country's desire to be seen as a global partner, rather than a colonial power. The British Empire, once a vast and dominant force, was gone, but the nation adapted to the new world order. The transformation from empire to modern nation-state is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of Britain. The empire may have passed, but its legacy remains, not only in the countries it once ruled but also in the way Britain has redefined itself in the contemporary world. As Britain moved into the 21st century, it faced new challenges, economic, political, and social, but also embraced new opportunities. The story of the British Empire's decline is one of reinvention and adaptation, reflecting the broader global changes that have shaped the world we live in today. As the 21st century progressed, the final legacies of the British Empire continued to shape the world in profound and complex ways. While the formal end of the empire came through the granting of independence to its colonies, the influence of Britain's colonial past was not so easily erased. In fact, the effects of imperialism, both positive and negative, remain ingrained in the social, economic, and political fabric of many former colonies, and the echoes of the British Empire can still be heard across the globe. These legacies have shaped relationships between Britain and the rest of the world, sometimes with contentious memories but also with acknowledgement of the intertwined histories that have defined much of the modern world. Cultural and educational influence. One of the most enduring legacies of the British Empire is its cultural imprint. The English language, once spread through the empire as a tool of governance and trade, has become the global lingua franca. Today, English is the primary language of international diplomacy, business, technology, science, and entertainment. It is estimated that over 1.5 billion people around the world speak English, whether as a first or second language, making it the most widely spoken language across the globe. This linguistic legacy, more than any other, demonstrates the lasting influence of the British Empire long after its formal dissolution. In addition to language, the British educational system left its mark on many former colonies. British-style universities were established across the empire, and many of the world's leading institutions of higher learning today trace their roots to the British model. This academic legacy continues to influence the education systems of many countries, particularly in the Commonwealth nations, where British-style degrees remain prestigious, and many former colonies still look to Britain for cultural and intellectual leadership. Economic ties and trade networks. The legacy of the British Empire is also evident in the economic relationships that persist between the United Kingdom and its former colonies. Many of the trade routes that Britain established during the colonial period continue to serve as vital arteries for global commerce today. British companies, though not as dominant as they once were, continue to exert significant influence in sectors such as finance, banking, technology, and natural resources. The Commonwealth, a political association of 56 member states, serves as a reminder of the economic ties that bind former colonies and Britain together. Though the Commonwealth is not an empire, it remains an important platform for cooperation on issues such as trade, development, and human rights. The Commonwealth has provided former colonies with a forum to maintain close economic, diplomatic, and cultural connections with Britain while asserting their independence. Many countries within the Commonwealth have benefited from trade agreements and partnerships with Britain, particularly in the areas of education, development aid, and investment. British foreign aid, though smaller in scale than it was during the Empire's peak, remains significant, particularly in Commonwealth nations. This aid, along with the United Kingdom's status as a key player in global institutions such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, ensures that Britain's influence continues to be felt around the world. Political influence and the Commonwealth. While Britain may no longer govern vast territories, it retains significant political influence through its membership in global organizations and its ties to former colonies. The Commonwealth, though a voluntary association of independent countries, remains a powerful force for British diplomacy. The United Kingdom's position within the Commonwealth is unique. Although Britain no longer wields the power it once did over its former colonies, its diplomatic and political reach is still substantial due to its historical leadership role within the organization. The post-empire era has seen the rise of new global powers, such as the United States, China, and India, that increasingly shape international relations. However, Britain remains a key player on the world stage, particularly in areas related to peacekeeping, global trade, and international development. The United Kingdom's status as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council ensures that it continues to have a significant voice in matters of global security and diplomacy. Moreover, Britain's participation in the G7 and G20 summits confirms its ongoing importance in discussions about the global economy, climate change, and international relations. Despite the waning of British power, the United Kingdom has remained active in global politics, serving as a bridge between the Western world and former colonies, particularly as tensions between the West and other rising powers become more pronounced. The United Kingdom's leadership in forums like the UN, NATO, and the G20 helps ensure that its historical ties to the Commonwealth continue to resonate in the modern geopolitical landscape. The legacy of imperialism, criticism, and reflection. While the British Empire left many positive legacies, it also left behind a legacy of pain, exploitation, and inequality that continues to shape many former colonies. The exploitation of resources, the imposition of foreign systems of governance, and the dehumanization of indigenous populations during the colonial period cannot be overlooked. The British Empire's history is also intertwined with the suffering of millions of people, many of whom were subjected to forced labor, discrimination, and violence. Today, the British Empire is often a source of controversy. The effects of imperialism are still felt in many parts of the world, particularly in the economic inequalities that persist in formerly colonized countries. The legacy of the British Empire's exploitation of resources, from the extraction of minerals and agricultural products to the brutal transatlantic slave trade, continues to affect the economic development of many nations in the global South. In Britain itself, the legacy of empire has sparked debate and reflection. In recent years, there has been growing recognition of the negative impacts of imperialism, and calls for reparations and greater acknowledgement of the empire's darker chapters have become louder. Statues commemorating British imperialists have been challenged, and colonial-era artifacts have been repatriated to their countries of origin. This reckoning with the British Empire's past has sparked a larger global conversation about the enduring consequences of imperialism. It has encouraged a more critical examination of history, prompting a reassessment of how empires and their legacies should be remembered and understood in the modern world. Modern Britain, facing the past and looking to the future. As the United Kingdom navigates the 21st century, it does so with a complicated relationship to its imperial past. Modern Britain has largely moved beyond the era of empire, focusing on domestic and international issues such as economic growth, climate change, and national security. But the legacy of empire continues to inform debates on immigration, identity, and international relations. In many ways, the dissolution of the British Empire was not the end of Britain's global influence, but the beginning of a new era, one where Britain had to redefine its role on the world stage. Britain's history as an imperial power is now acknowledged in a more nuanced way, as the country grapples with its past while moving forward into a future that is increasingly interconnected, diverse, and complex. The British Empire is gone, but its legacies persist in the language, culture, politics, and economy of both Britain and the former colonies. The complex history of British imperialism will continue to shape both Britain's relationship with its past and its future interactions with the world. Through ongoing reflection, dialogue, and cooperation, Britain and its former colonies continue to navigate the legacies of the British Empire in a modern context. This dialogue is not just about acknowledging the past, but about fostering a future based on mutual understanding, respect, and shared progress, working together in a world that, while shaped by the past, is always looking forward. The British Empire, once the largest empire in history, saw its monumental expanse gradually erode in the years following the two world wars. The process of decolonization began to accelerate after World War II, as Britain's imperial power diminished and the political, economic, and social realities of a post-war world took hold. The costs of maintaining such a vast empire, combined with the rise of nationalist movements in the colonies, marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. In this chapter, we explore the decline of Britain's imperial dominion, from the wave of independence movements that reshaped the geopolitical landscape to the post-war era's reimagining of global power. The impact of World War II on the British Empire. World War II had a profound impact on the British Empire, which had already been weakening in the years leading up to the conflict. The war strained Britain's resources, left its economy in ruins, and exposed the limitations of its imperial reach. The United Kingdom, once at the height of its imperial power, was now facing the aftermath of a devastating global conflict that had left it deeply indebted and exhausted. The British Empire, with its global commitments and far-reaching military presence, was no longer able to maintain the same level of control over its colonies. During the war, the empire had relied heavily on its colonies for manpower, resources, and strategic positions. Colonial troops fought alongside British forces in many theaters of war, and the financial and material support from the colonies was indispensable. However, by the end of the war, the colonial populations had been exposed to new ideas about self-determination, and many began to question the legitimacy of British rule. The war's outcome, which saw the United States and the Soviet Union emerge as superpowers, further weakened Britain's standing on the global stage. The war also highlighted the internal divisions within Britain's empire. Nationalist movements across the colonies had gained momentum, and the war had exacerbated calls for independence. The British government, which had already been dealing with these challenges before the war, now faced an even more daunting task: how to navigate the demands for independence while dealing with the immense costs of post-war recovery. The rise of nationalist movements. The years following World War II were marked by an explosive rise in nationalist movements across British colonies. As Britain reeled from the devastation of the war, colonies in Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean saw increasing demands for self-rule. The notion of empire, once seen as a divine right, was now being questioned by the very people it had subjugated for centuries. Independence movements, led by charismatic leaders and fueled by nationalist sentiment, began to gain traction in places like India, Africa, and the Middle East. India, the jewel of the British Empire, was the first to achieve independence. The Indian independence movement, led by figures such as Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, had been a thorn in the side of British rule for decades. By the time of World War II, the demand for Indian independence had reached a boiling point, and the British government could no longer ignore the growing unrest. In 1947, after years of political agitation and civil disobedience, India was granted independence, but not without significant cost. The partition of India into two separate states, India and Pakistan, was a bloody and divisive process that led to mass migrations and violent conflicts. Despite the tumultuous nature of independence, India's liberation marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. As India gained its freedom, other colonies around the world began to follow suit. In Africa, nationalist movements gained momentum in places like Egypt, Kenya, and Ghana, while in the Caribbean, countries like Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago began pushing for independence as well. The British Empire, once the master of vast territories, now found itself unable to hold on to its colonies in the face of overwhelming pressure for self-rule. The Suez Crisis and the decline of British power. One of the defining moments in the decline of the British Empire occurred in 1956, with the Suez Crisis. The crisis was sparked by Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal, a key shipping route that was vital to British and French economic interests. In response, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention aimed at regaining control of the canal. However, the military action quickly became a diplomatic disaster. The United States, under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, opposed the intervention, and the Soviet Union also condemned the attack. Britain, still recovering from the war and in need of American support, found itself diplomatically isolated. The Suez Crisis exposed the limitations of Britain's imperial power and highlighted the reality that the era of British global dominance was over. The United Kingdom, once a major world power, was now seen as a secondary player on the international stage, unable to enforce its will in the face of global opposition. The crisis was a humiliating defeat for the British Empire, and it marked a turning point in the country's global role. The Suez Crisis underscored the fact that Britain could no longer act unilaterally on the world stage, and that its power had diminished considerably in the post-war era. decolonization in Africa and the Caribbean. The wave of decolonization continued throughout the 1950s and 1960s, as former British colonies around the world demanded independence. In Africa, a continent that had been deeply affected by British colonialism, new nations began to emerge. Ghana, under the leadership of Kwame Nkrumah, became the first African country to gain independence from Britain in 1957. Ghana's independence sparked a wave of decolonization across the African continent, with other countries such as Nigeria, Kenya, and Uganda following suit. In the Caribbean, territories such as Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago gained independence in the early 1960s. The process of decolonization was not always smooth. In some cases, it involved armed resistance and violent uprisings. The British, once able to control vast swathes of the globe, now faced the reality that they could no longer hold on to their colonies by force. The spirit of nationalism that had taken root during the war years had now become an unstoppable force, and the British Empire's hold on its colonies was crumbling. By the 1960s, the British Empire had effectively ceased to exist as a political entity. The United Kingdom still retained control over a few overseas territories, such as Gibraltar and the Falkland Islands, but its empire was gone. The former colonies, now independent nations, began to chart their own courses in the world. The British Empire, which had once been the dominant global power, had given way to a new world order in which colonial powers no longer held sway. The legacy of the British Empire's decline. The decline of the British Empire had far-reaching consequences for both Britain and its former colonies. For Britain, the loss of empire marked a major shift in its global identity. No longer the center of a vast empire, Britain had to redefine its place in the world. The post-war period saw Britain struggling to maintain its global influence, with its focus shifting towards Europe and the United States. In 1973, Britain joined the European Economic Community, marking a significant shift in its foreign policy. For former colonies, independence brought both opportunities and challenges. While many countries embraced their newfound autonomy, the legacy of British colonial rule, marked by the exploitation of resources, racial tensions, and political instability, lingered long after independence was achieved. Some former colonies, such as India and Canada, became major world powers in their own right, while others struggled with poverty, corruption, and political turmoil. The decline of the British Empire ultimately led to a more interconnected and multipolar world, where the power dynamics shifted away from European empires and toward new global powers. It marked the end of an era, but also the beginning of a new chapter in the story of global politics, one in which former colonies would become the driving forces of their own destinies, and Britain would have to find new ways to navigate a changing world order. As we look back on the decline of the British Empire, it is clear that the process of decolonization reshaped not only the political map but also the very fabric of the global community. The end of the empire was not just a political event, it was the beginning of a new era, one marked by independence, national identity, and the search for a more equitable world order. The British Empire, once the greatest the world had ever known, may have faded into history, but its legacies continue to reverberate in the modern world, from the language we speak to the global institutions that govern our shared future. As we reach the final chapter in the story of the British Empire, we examine its last territories, the lingering vestiges of British power, and the reflections on its legacy in the modern world. By the late 20th century, the formal decolonization process had ended, and the empire, once sprawling across the globe, was now reduced to a handful of scattered territories. This closing scene is dedicated to the final years of the empire, its last holdouts, and how Britain adapted to its post-imperial reality. The last holdouts, remaining British territories. Though the British Empire as a political entity had dissolved by the 1970s, the United Kingdom retained a series of overseas territories, remnants of the vast empire that had once been the envy of the world. These territories, scattered across the globe, are unique in their political status, some remaining as self-governing territories, while others are under direct British control. Perhaps the most prominent of these holdouts is Hong Kong. Hong Kong, a thriving British colony for over 150 years, was returned to China in 1997 under the One Country, Two Systems arrangement, marking one of the final chapters of British imperialism. The transfer of sovereignty over Hong Kong was a momentous occasion, symbolizing the changing world order and the end of Britain's colonial legacy in Asia. Elsewhere, the British Caribbean and South Pacific Islands still retained their colonial status into the late 20th century. Territories like Bermuda, the Cayman Islands, the Falkland Islands, and Gibraltar remained under British control, their status subject to ongoing debates about sovereignty, self-determination, and the role of the British Crown in the modern world. Despite their strategic importance in the past, many of these territories faced challenges in the post-imperial era. In the case of the Falklands, tensions with Argentina have continued, leading to conflicts over ownership of the islands. Similarly, in Gibraltar, disputes with Spain over the territory's sovereignty persist. These last remaining pieces of the British Empire serve as stark reminders of its colonial past and the political complexities of managing such territories in the modern era. The question of self-determination remains a central theme in these territories. While some of these islands enjoy a degree of autonomy, the larger question remains, should they continue to be governed from London, or should they be granted full independence, reflecting the global shift towards decolonization? The British government's stance on these territories is typically one of maintaining the status quo, offering support for self-governance while also insisting that the sovereignty of the territories remains under the Crown. The modern British identity, post-empire realities. The decline of the British Empire had profound effects not only on the former colonies, but also on the identity of Britain itself. The loss of empire required the British to redefine their place in the world, shifting from a global imperial power to a modern nation-state. This transition was neither smooth nor immediate. The British public and political elites alike struggled with the loss of their empire, with some viewing it as a great tragedy, while others saw it as an inevitable consequence of a changing world. In the years following the dissolution of the empire, Britain's relationship with the United States and Europe became more important than ever. The special relationship with the United States was deepened, particularly during the Cold War, while Britain's membership in the European Economic Community, EEC, later the European Union, EU, signaled a pivot toward Europe, moving away from a reliance on its former colonies. The question of national identity in the post-imperial age became more pronounced as Britain faced new challenges, including economic upheavals, deindustrialization, and changing demographics. The loss of empire was deeply interwoven with the sense of cultural and political identity in Britain, and many struggled to adjust to the idea of Britain as a smaller nation on the world stage. Over the course of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the British identity evolved. The United Kingdom embraced a more multicultural society, fueled by immigration from former colonies, particularly from India, Pakistan, the Caribbean, and Africa. The legacy of empire persisted, with Britain's colonial history shaping much of the conversation around race, culture, and politics within the country. The British Commonwealth, a new kind of empire. Though the British Empire itself had crumbled, the idea of the British Commonwealth, the voluntary association of former colonies, remained an enduring legacy. The Commonwealth was a creation of the post-empire era, bringing together former British colonies as independent states united by a shared history and, often, by a common commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Commonwealth was initially viewed as an opportunity for Britain to maintain influence over its former colonies without the direct control of empire. Many former colonies, including Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, and South Africa, were among the founding members of the Commonwealth, with the Queen of the United Kingdom serving as its symbolic head. Over time, however, the Commonwealth evolved, with many member states gaining full independence and the organization shifting its focus to promoting cooperation, trade, and cultural exchange, rather than political control. The Commonwealth, however, did not remain a simple legacy of the British Empire. It became more diverse and inclusive, with countries from all over the world, some with no historical ties to Britain, joining the association. This transformation illustrated how former imperial powers like Britain could adapt to a more equitable, cooperative relationship with their former colonies. While the Commonwealth's ability to wield the same kind of global influence as the British Empire was limited, it remained a significant international organization, playing a role in global diplomacy, cultural exchange, and economic development. The Commonwealth Games, held every 4 years, provided a platform for friendly competition and cultural unity among the member nations, further solidifying the idea of the Commonwealth as a space for collective cooperation rather than dominance. Reflections on the legacy of the British Empire. The legacy of the British Empire is complex, and its impact is still felt today. On the one hand, the empire is remembered for its contributions to global infrastructure, the spread of language, education, and legal systems that continue to shape former colonies. The English language, for instance, remains a global lingua franca, facilitating international trade, diplomacy, and communication. British legal traditions, including common law, continue to serve as the foundation for legal systems in many former colonies, from India to Canada, from Australia to the Caribbean. However, the empire's darker legacies are also undeniable. The exploitation of colonial peoples, the systematic extraction of resources, the imposition of foreign cultural norms, and the brutalities of slavery, forced labor, and racial discrimination left deep scars in many parts of the world. The decolonization process often involved violence, political instability, and economic disruption. The scars of colonialism persist in the social and economic inequalities found in many former British colonies, where the vestiges of British rule continue to affect issues of race, class, and politics. Despite these mixed legacies, the British Empire remains a subject of debate and reflection in the modern world. Some view it as a historical force that helped shape the modern world for better or worse, while others criticize it for its exploitative nature and its role in perpetuating inequality. The memory of empire often resurfaces in contemporary debates about migration, international relations, and global power dynamics. The final word: the British Empire's place in history. The British Empire's fall was a result of numerous factors: economic decline, the rise of nationalism, the pressure of 2 world wars, and the changing dynamics of global power. Yet, its legacy endures. Britain today may no longer wield the same kind of imperial influence, but its historical role in shaping the modern world cannot be denied. The final chapters of the British Empire were written not in military conquests, but in the peaceful handover of territories and the slow transformation of former colonies into independent nations. The empire's decline signaled the rise of new powers and new ideas about governance, autonomy, and global cooperation. As the British Empire fades into history, it leaves behind a world forever changed. The global community it helped create, though sometimes contentious and flawed, is one in which ideas of sovereignty, self-determination, and international cooperation are paramount. The British Empire may have crumbled, but the legacy of its influence, complex and multifaceted, will continue to shape the world for generations to come. This, then, is the story of the British Empire, a narrative of ambition, conquest, and ultimately, transformation. A story that began with the notion of empire and ended with a reimagining of global relations in a new, post-imperial world.